And we are live for the final time. It is the PowerUp Live morning show. My name is Nico Johnson from Suncast Media. I'm joined by my illustrious, exquisite co-host, Lisa Ann Pinkerton, Earthlings 2.0 podcast and Technica Communications. How you doing?
I'm pretty good.
Do you know what I'm impressed with? Both of us have a voice right now.
I know. And that's saying something considering what I've gone through this week.
Well, we've been on this stage a lot, and we've interviewed some incredible people. So the morning show is here every morning, of course, as the name suggests. And if you're watching us live from the Jumbotron, I'd welcome you to come watch us live here in the lobby of Hall D. Just take the escalators down in front of Hall E, right here with our friends from Pure Power Engineering. Go ahead.
I was going to say, come hang out with us because
come hang out.
Thank you and good for you for being here on Thursday morning. Because you could be anywhere right now. A lot of people are sleeping.
Yeah, I say that all the time. Time is the only non-renewable resource, so we are so grateful that you guys have made your way down here. We're going to kick things off at the PowerUp Live stage with some announcement. But first, I want to say that PowerUp Live is presented by Vartzilla Energy Storage and Optimization. And our daily morning show is brought to you by Prevalon Energy, who brought us some fancy swag. We'll talk more about swag in just a minute, including revealing our swag contest winner for the year.
Yes.
We got a ton of swag.
It was so hard to pick. It was really difficult.
It was so hard to pick that we're actually going to play some favorites here before we reveal our actual grand prize winner. All right, so once we have workshops actually today, and there are other things happening on the show floor but beyond just the convention. Workshops on level 2 of the Convention Center began this morning at 8 a.m. What do we have in the symposium area?
Let's see. We have...
I got you off guard.
You did.
There's GWAC. GWAC. It's, I think this is something about working with the government.
Okay.
I asked for clarity on what this acronym means. I know it's something to do with the government because the government loves acronyms. The GWAC Symposium from 8 to 4:30, level 3 in room 304, A, B, and C. That's right upstairs on the 3rd level, where there are also still booths to be visited.
Yes, and the Tribal Clean Energy Symposium is on level 2 at 8:30, so that's all day though. It started at 8:30, goes to 4:30.
And last but not least, our friend Dan French will certainly be hanging out at the agrivoltaics showcase in the Arena Plaza, all the way on the other end. There's Steph Bosch and Colin Silver. We'll have them up on stage in just a moment. As we round out, we want to remind you to go check out the merch store, one of the many brilliant ideas from the comms team at SIA. Thank you for everything that SIA and SIPA have done to bring a ridiculously successful show to fruition. We heard this morning that we eclipsed, was it 40,000 and counting now, right, Steph? Colin, you got the official number? Just over 40,000 right now. 40,000 of our closest friends hanging out with us right here in Anaheim. I wonder if we'll hit 50 next year in Vegas.
I have no doubt. Everybody loves Vegas. So.
Everybody loves Vegas. I'd like to welcome to the stage 2 people that I just mentioned from SIA who are part of the heart of the Pitch Perfect messaging you and I have enjoyed from the stage, from their content throughout this year. Please welcome Vice President of Comms at SIA and co-host of the new Good Energy podcast, Stephanie Bosch, and her colleague, Colin Silver, Senior Vice President of Content and Strategy and co-host of Good Energy. Come on to the stage. All right, we got to do better than that, live crowd. All right, here we go, Steph and Colin. Well, I'm happy to welcome you officially as podcasters. Steph, let's get that.
Thank you, yeah.
Get that adjusted right there. Awesome.
Thank you.
And Colin, I'm just going to do this real quick.
Okay.
Perfect. All right.
You'd think I'd be used to this by now.
It's okay. You're what now, 7, 8 episodes in?
Yeah, something like that. So.
Actually, after this week, I bet you're probably closer to 15.
Yeah, we've done a ton of work this week, getting some really interesting conversations going. So we're really excited. It's been really fun.
I would say I'm jealous because you've got this sweet podcast booth, but you guys hooked us up with
this is pretty good.
You hooked us up with a pretty decent stage this year. I can't complain. I cannot complain.
Yeah.
Steph Bosch, you remember we met in the lobby right in front of where Moss had their booth last year, and Steph looked at me and she says, "We got to get you in the lobby." So I
thank you.
appreciate you.
I hope you like your positioning this year. It's amazing how a little bit of visibility can change the conversation.
It
It's
really
great.
is. It has been tremendous. Thank you. So I'm curious how you guys feel. I'm sure you're proud of RE Plus and how it shaped up this year, 40,000, a record-breaking year once again. What was the moment that you think you'll remember from this year, and was there anything that was particularly unexpected?
I'm honestly, I want to I'll shout out our RE Plus team.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, this has been an amazing conference. Such an amazing progress since last year in Vegas. I feel like the flow, the questions that we were getting, folks have really been happy and getting a lot of work done here without the sort of questions that were coming to us last year. So for me personally, I think that the RE Plus team is just an amazing job making this an easy place to get work done.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when we were here 2 years ago in Anaheim, obviously the energy was really, really high because the IRA had just passed. We were back after 2 years of not doing the conference, but it was also like growing pains. We came back to this like event after a few years gone, and it was twice the size that it had been before, and everyone was like, oh my God, how do we navigate this? How do we deal with all this growth? And I feel like we're starting to really hit our stride on this being the largest energy event in North America, where we're actually finding ways to create sub-communities and sub-events within the broader ecosystem, because there's just no way you can do it all. It's huge, and I think people are really starting to find their way to create the event that works for them and get the deals done and have the conversations.
And in 5 or 10 years from now, what's it going to look like? Where are we going to be?
We're on CES trajectory.
Yeah,
I mean, honestly.
that's right.
Yeah, that's right.
And when it gets so big, you got to go back small. So like you were saying, you smaller events and communities and everything within the larger experience, because you can't possibly take it all in.
Right.
Having spent a fair amount of time in the last few years going to the oil and gas conferences, we'll know when like Saudi Aramco has a big booth and the sheikhs are walking around.
Right.
That's when we'll know we've arrived and we've taken over. Like Sarah Week is now a secondary.
Yeah. Love to see
so
that.
I love, Colin, the vision that we are building the largest energy conference in North America. That's wonderful.
Because it's the largest clean energy event, but it's also the largest energy event. We are just. We're not the alternative source anymore. We're the big boys. It's fun. It's really fun.
And so when you're thinking about like the work you're going to do in the future, especially around policy issues in solar, what are you tracking around industry professionals that you think is going to be most pivotal for us in the next, like between now and the next RE Plus?
I mean, it's a no. We can't say a response without articulating how important the IRA is, right? Everything that my team is doing between now and the end of the year and looking into 2025 is focused around defending the IRA, defending the policies within it. So making sure that the industry knows how to take advantage of the incentives and making sure that the general public knows how important those incentives have been to creating jobs in their local districts, and then making sure that those members of Congress know how much those voters love those programs.
Yeah, I mean, I think it kind of mirrors the show itself, right? Like, I think in the same way that we're trying to adapt to a bigger and bigger conference, I think the industry is adapting to very different challenges. And now that we have the IRA, we need to start, understanding the importance of winning the win. We need to understand the importance of defending what we've got. We need to recognize that our growth and our scale is putting us in places and exposing us to new risks that we haven't, necessarily been dealing with in the past. So, issues like consumer protection, land use, and community engagement, all of those are the kinds of things that we're deeply focused on.
And the other thing that is absolutely essential to the industry's growth is the workforce. So everybody's facing that challenge. You can't, if you want to go into a rural area and build a utility scale project, but you don't have the skilled workforce to get that done, it's a challenge across the board. So those related policy issues, skilled training programs, apprenticeship programs are going to be absolutely essential for this industry to, grow at the pace that we want to see it to grow.
Yeah, and the job fair yesterday seemed like it was a huge success. So that's a part of that strategy, I think, is just using these events to make sure we're inviting new folks into this space. So
yeah, we met some incredible folks like ACS down in Texas that are just knocking it out of park. A veteran-owned company that is training thousands in the workforce, union and non-union alike, supporting companies like Solve to really grow this industry at the grassroots level.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
You guys, we mentioned earlier, and anybody who walked through the front door saw the good energy.
How could you miss it?
We're exposed.
The good energy fishbowl.
Yeah, exactly.
I know exactly how it feels. In 2019, when we first did the podcast stage, it looked a lot like that, right? It was kind of
Oh, yeah?
it was
Cool.
this plexiglass fishbowl.
Yeah.
I'm curious about the Good Energy podcast, the mission of it.
Yeah.
What are your goals? What do you hope to achieve through it?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we know that people are living their lives on their phone, and the easiest way to reach your audience is directly.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't want to wait for our news to hit through media relations or social media. So, to the extent that we can build those direct-to-consumer channels, we have hundreds of thousands of followers across our channels, and we figured the easiest way to tell our story would be a little bit of a longer form program through a podcast. And so far, so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this last week that it's coming full circle a little bit. Last year at the PowerUp Live booth, when Steph and I did a chat with a couple of other members of our team, we realized how fun this format is and how energizing it was for us. And so we started the conversations around Good Energy, and here we are a year later actually doing it. And it's one of the favorite things I have in my job is having interesting conversations with all the amazing people that sit on our board or who are engaged with SIA in different ways, some of the partners that we work with. So just taking those conversations out to people has been really, really fun. And I think we have so many good stories to tell, and we just need more ways to get them out there. So
By the way, kudos, Seth, you killed it.
yeah.
Seth did an unbelievable job. I mean, enviable. I was like, Seth, man, I wish I had somebody on my team with as much energy.
He's so good.
He's lapping us right now. It was amazing.
Rock
He
stars.
is so good. I mean, the
Yeah.
entire team, Zach, who's
Yeah.
producing the podcast, Seth, Todd's creating all the hype videos. I mean, they're
So
just
good.
killer.
Yeah.
Any episode that stands out as the one that you really hope people listen to and tune into, either one that's published or one that you know is coming.
Yeah. Also, one of our first ones that we released with our launch was with Benji Backer of the American Conservative Coalition, and I think that was a really interesting conversation because he sees these issues in a way that not many of us do, but in a way that many of our audiences do. And so I think just having those conversations about how to reach younger folks, conservative folks, but also just people who are a little bit more skeptical about clean energy in general and aren't as familiar with the issues, just understanding how to speak to those folks and how to engage, communities that are not, automatically on our side, I think is such an important conversation. So that was a really fun one. He's a really interesting guy.
You guys should really have Jael on.
Yeah.
Holzman.
Yeah.
So as a follow-up to Benji.
Yeah.
He's so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I agree 100%.
Amazing.
The episode is super compelling. He's an interesting guy.
Yeah.
He wrote an interesting book, and when you think we're trying to be very strategic about the kind of content that we're gonna publish through this. At the end of the day, we're tackling a lot of tough regulatory and policy issues. That stuff's wonky. It's hard for people to understand in a webinar.
Yeah.
So, creating longer form explainers.
It's
making
the
it fun.
storytelling. It's
Yeah.
the storytelling, right?
Absolutely.
That's how we evolved as human beings. That's how we take in information most
Yeah.
readily and remember it. So that's why
Yeah.
podcasts are so important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why we have podcasts.
That's right.
Exactly.
That's why we do podcasts.
You're inspiration, honestly.
exactly.
You
Wow.
the both of you do such an amazing job, and
you.
we're like Colin said last year. We figured out, oh my gosh, there
Gotta
might be
do it.
something here.
Yeah.
Gotta do it.
Um,
I think you're doing really well.
thank
a really
you.
good job.
Yeah,
the
likewise.
execution,
Yeah.
the execution is pitch perfect, as I
Yeah.
said in the intro.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We're trying.
Colin Silver and Steph Bosch of the tremendous comms team and strategy and content team now at SIA. Thank you for taking time to be with us on the stage.
Yeah.
yeah,
Thank you
thank
guys.
you for
Thank
having
you.
us.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's give them a round of applause.
Appreciate it.
Well, if you guys were paying attention yesterday, there were a couple of, or throughout the week, there were a couple of contests running. We had our American-made Challenge Prize winners yesterday morning. Lisa Ann had a chance to interview them.
Yes.
So we thought, why not? We should have the startup winner come up and tell us all about how that competition went. Why don't you do the intros?
Oh, yeah. So first we're going to introduce the group that organizes this startup competition, Mercom Capital Group. Their CEO, Raj, is here. Why don't you come on up on
Raj
stage?
Prabhu. And we'll have the winner join you, Raj. Kara
Okay,
Adams
Kara.
from Pearl Street Technologies, the winner of this year's startup. All right. Thank you, Raj. Kara, welcome.
So Raj, why don't you get us started? Tell us about the pitch competition. How does it work?
Well, we've been doing this for 3 years. This was the third one we've done. I think we started in 2019, right before COVID. Not a lot of companies back then, especially startups. I think about 30 or so. This year, it was like 80 companies exhibiting. And we had 50 applications. We narrowed it down to 10. And then we have our winner here.
And so you were doing a pitch competition yesterday afternoon in the Marriott.
Yep.
Yeah. And what were some of the types of startups that were competing yesterday?
Well, very diverse. A lot of software companies, also hardware companies, solar trackers, robotics, O&M companies, and then we have companies solving interconnection issues. So very diverse, a lot more diverse than what we used to see 5, 6, 7 years ago.
Well, Raj, as we get ready to tee Kara up, what was it that stood out for this year's winner?
Well, they're solving one of the biggest challenges right now, which is interconnection backlog. So I think they're solving the right problem, and then I see the solutions are great, the way they're solving it, their passion, and the solutions they're presenting is really, really good.
Why don't you both come closer to us so that you can be in the frame a little bit more?
Yeah, there we go.
Well, so Kara, tell us about your company.
Yeah, sure. So I'm representing Pearl Street Technologies, and I'm the Director of Communications and Marketing there. Again, we believe that interconnection is a generational issue, and my guess is many people at this conference have had their own interconnection challenges. We build software automation products to help expedite the interconnection process on the utility scale side. So we have Sugar on one hand, which helps transmission providers automate the historically time-consuming processes of running interconnection studies. And then for project developers, who I think is probably more of a target audience at this conference, we help them provide a little bit more cost certainty into what their projects would look like either before entering a queue or after entering a queue, so that entering the queue isn't the only form of cost discovery that they go through.
And why is that important for them? Explain that for folks who might not understand the complexity here.
Yeah, so the interconnection challenge is two-sided, and there's probably actually way more sides than that, but what we focus on is the transmission provider and the project developer side. Transmission providers are getting a massive amount of interconnection applications, and those are very time-consuming to process and often result in 18-month study backlogs. That means that project developers who are entering renewable generation into the queue aren't getting their results back for 18 months. So they're posting security deposits. They're waiting kind of without any sort of certainty at all. And we like to think of our products as being able to not only expedite the process, but also provide more certainty so that you know when you're throwing good money after bad. If you can find a different way to interconnection that you might not necessarily have known prior to entering the queue. It's a really flexible solution, so we offer a lot of ways to offer user-defined assumptions so that they can figure out what they need a lot quicker.
Kara, so first, congratulations.
Thank you.
It's awesome to get this kind of validation on the stage like RE+, and I'm curious from the user perspective. Obviously, prior to winning the startup competition, was there a moment that really solidified for you guys a sense of product market fit? Is there a story that really makes that emblematic?
Sure, and actually the best case scenario is what happened very recently. We announced a partnership with MISO, who's one of the nation's largest ISOs, and we'll be fully automating their DPP Phase 1 2023 interconnection requests. So that'll deploy in early 2025. And that was kind of the moment where we were like, all right, this is working. Our platform is working. It's going to go a lot quicker for pretty much everyone involved. And we're really excited to be working on such an impactful problem.
Fantastic. Raj Prabhu, thank you for putting on the startup competition at Mercon Capital Group. Kara Adams.
It's been a long week.
Yeah, I get it.
It has been. Kara Adams from Pearl Street Technologies, the winners of this year's startup competition.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, there you go. Raj, thank you.
Thank you, Raj. All right.
All right, without
Speaking of winners.
without further ado, every year we have our Bring the Bling competition, and it is a selfish way for us to not have to go walk the show floor. But as good marketers, we also want to acknowledge that there are really good ways to leave a brand impression, and then there are kind of really crappy ways to leave a brand impression. The crappy ways are the ones that end up in the trash can. You spend all this money on swag, and
All
it
this
ends-
effort.
all the effort, and it ends up in the trash. So we want to recognize the swag that we found most memorable at this year's show. So we've got some honorable mentions. We call them superlatives. And literally out the gate on day one minus, I got what became my
Yeah, go for
favorite.
it.
You want to hold it up? My favorite T-shirt. And if
Oh,
you haven't
yeah.
seen this, Solar Grade wins the best T-shirt contest by a
By far.
country mile.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
the absolute best T-shirt I've seen in the industry in the last 10 years. I'll just state that. Nobody can top this. This is gonna take a long time. Einstein with a hard hat. And the most clever part of this is when they handed it to me, they said, Nico, it's because intelligence comes from the field. How do you like that? Intelligence from the field. All right. So thank you, Solar Grade.
Good job, Solar
This
Grade.
shirt goes down in history. All right. What do we have next?
There was a couple themes as
There
well.
was.
There was a lot of gardening themes that we saw.
Oh, let's go through
lot
some
of
some the
lot of
stuff.
little gardening pots.
We can go through some of the
And
honorable
this
mentions.
is Norcor, yep. And
So,
yep.
once again, best hat. 2 years running goes to the Solar Pickleball Invitational. This
Yes.
hat, I have the pink version of it. This year I've got a sweet orange version. This hat has gotten the most comments and compliments of me walking around just randomly by
And why do
strangers.
we like this hat? Because it's not in your face branding. It is
Very subtle.
It's in your face energy of what the brand stands for.
Yeah, it's on your head branding.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so we're going to go through a couple of, you want to talk about these?
Oh yeah, so this is Tygo.
Functional.
Tygo gloves, functional, goes along with the gardening from Women in Clean Tech and Sustainability and Terra Smart.
And Nucor.
And
Actually,
Nucor.
this tree really grows. We had somebody come up and say, hey, you got to shout out Nucor. The tree really grows. It works.
SMA with an air plant. I like this as well.
Yeah, speaking of functional, that's feng shui.
Feng Shui.
Sustainable.
Oh yes, this is.
Here, I'll pull this off.
Oh yeah. So this is from the. Where is it here? I want to make sure I get it right.
I think it's right here. Go for it.
The Tribal Energy.
Tribal Energy Star.
Yeah, Alliance for Tribal Energy. So what they had in here was coffee from the Native American Coffee Company, and also there was a really cute Yeti mug in here that
Really?
mysteriously
Mysteriously
disappeared.
Somebody on my team has it rolling around. Now, I do want to shout this out because I think that of the many things Green Tech could have given us, they gave us something that I have been looking for all year and reticent to buy. Namely because I kind of don't want to be in that category of people who who buy something that's never going to disappear from the earth. So there's a plus and minus here. Like, I really think that these are great because they kind of squish down. I will throw this in my backpack and take it everywhere and just ask for my beer at a place with this.
That's cool.
But it's also one of those things that just never disappears. Thank you, Green Tech, for that.
Yeah,
That's pretty cool.
ABC Supply selfie light.
I want to say this is actually knowing your audience right here, right? Content creators are doing a swag contest, and they gave us a selfie light, right?
Now, what I want to say about selfie lights, which all of you can use a selfie light. How do you use it? You're on a Zoom call. You put it here on your computer. Now you're well lit.
Okay, it wouldn't be a swag contest without this year's Fractal T-shirt. Another honorable mention. This one is actually just kind of scary, and I can see how it would get attention. Fractal, you guys are taking it to another level always. They also had, I think we showed it yesterday.
The Lionel Richie one.
The Lionel Richie one is off the chain. That one's good.
Is it batteries you're looking for?
So useful. Thank you, Next Tracker, for this chocolate. That
Oh,
will
yeah.
definitely get me home.
This is Tony's chocolate. This is slave-free chocolate. This is the best chocolate on the planet. Love it.
By the way, another that is playing to the audience. I and my kids love Jelly Bellies, which I have said from the stage. And thank you, Yaskawa.
I really
for
like
Jelly
this
Bellies.
because I've never seen swag that is a pizza cutter. So I thought this was extremely unique. Now, whether or not you're going to be allowed to take it on the plane is something to consider when you're picking your swag.
Okay, so here's a category that I first saw with Franklin Holholm this past year.
Oh, CPS.
They did. So Franklin Holholm did this thing with like a kite, and specifically she said, we know that you guys are all just taking the swag for your kids. CPS doubled down on that. They ran out of bears on the first day. Kudos, CPS. Bears are an awesome
Yes.
idea. Who knows what these are?
I do not know what
You
those
don't-
are.
I'm
I
gonna
need
tell
you to
what
tell
they
me
are.
what those
you
are.
You don't have children, so you wouldn't know. These are reusable water balloons. How do you like that, Tom?
Woo.
Reusable water balloons. I know because I have this shit all over my yard. No kidding. My kids never clean these up. But They also are reusable, which
I
is
like
amazing.
that.
Tom, you can either keep that and give it to your grandkids or eat it. All right.
All right, how about,
Let's get into.
so what was this? This is the
That
arc reactor furnace
Yeah,
from
I
Nucor,
think
which
this
is
was
Legos.
clever. It's clever, right? It's so clever. Use something that you know your kids are going to want to use, but also it ties right back, like an arc reactor furnace for a steel company. Come on. This is clever branding.
And this is bringing in the younger generation into the clean energy conversation.
Yeah. I'm going to add the CPS mug just because it's an example of a sustainable looking mug.
We saw a lot of batteries and external chargers. I do think CPS had the best one because it was MagSafe and it was a high quality product. I
Where
could
is
tell
that
it
one?
was.
I thought we had it around.
Kind
but
of. This stuff
It
disappears
does disappear.
backstage.
You bring your swag and like my team, it's magnetic. My team just sort of
We
sucks
need
it up.
we
All
need
right,
a
so-
safe for all the good
I,
stuff.
I in the swag contest video, I used an example of a MagSafe 10,000 milliamp hour battery, and CPS stepped up their game. So CPS, you win the superlative for most expensive.
That's right.
But useful.
Yes.
Swag.
Yes.
And there's there is that category.
How about buttons and then our winner?
Yeah, buttons. If you guys haven't noticed, I love buttons, so you can always sway my vote with buttons. This is SMA, full of energy and love the sun. They still have a bunch of them if you want to swing by the SMA booth, and they always go long on buttons. But
Okay, ready?
the grand prize winner.
Drum roll, everybody.
All right, I've been holding it. It is hotter than the sun, Quick Bolt's hot sauce. All right,
Yeah.
solar sauce. All right, Quick Bolt, come up on the stage. That's all they get. Come on.
Come on.
Hey.
This was a very tough competition. I talked to Nico yesterday. He's
Mikey.
like, how are we going to do it? I'm like, I don't know how we're going to do it.
It was actually really tough, except, and this is so, again, playing to the audience, being memorable. I got some questions for you around this.
All right.
If you know my team specifically, we put hot sauce on everything. And because Suncast brings the heat, right, John?
That's right.
All right.
That's right.
So I first came across this, and it was told to me that it was the last bottle on Earth. You remember that? And in Philly, you guys were like, Nico, this is the last bottle on Earth.
That's right.
Well, clearly you found out how to make more.
We did.
Mikey, tell me the story about solar sauce. Hotter than the sun. It is 4 out of 5 chili peppers. It's habanero and aged red peppers. Tell me about this.
Yes, that's right. So we just came out with the habanero style. The one we gave you is actually ghost pepper. So
Yes, it was
Yeah.
Oh, so he was being
so
truthful
good.
then.
It
So
was
I
the
have
last
the
batch, yeah.
last bottle of ghost pepper hot solar sauce.
You do.
On the planet.
You
All
do.
right. Nice.
So we we visit job sites a lot to
Oh yeah.
see our products installed, train installers. So I was having lunch with the guys, and they were passing around hot sauce, and I was like, I love hot sauce myself.
Yeah.
And I was already there talking about our products, and I was like, I think it would be great to bring in some hot sauce, like just for as a swag item for installers, and pass it out with our products when we go to job sites. But then of course we go to a bunch of RE pluses, so it made sense to bring it here as well.
Yeah.
And
Well,
Any-
I mean, on your job sites are people who are more frequently going to use hot
Right.
sauce. I think it
And
is
they're eating
playing
food-
to
and
your
they're eating-
audience.
Exactly.
They're eating from
Yes.
food
Yeah.
trucks, right?
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
I
Yeah.
think that this is an absolute brilliant idea. One, I'd love to know, have you seen any increase in sales or brand value from the hot sauce?
I think so. We get a lot of activity at trade shows, and
Yeah.
as you know, I gave you the last one
Absolutely.
in Philadelphia. But this one, especially during this show, has been very popular.
Yeah, it's a
really
hot item.
It's a hot item.
But I have 3 kids, people. Come on. I love it.
Yeah.
Mikey, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I tell you, the reason we knew, just as the last anecdote, the reason we knew that this was the winner is as we were rifling through all the stuff going, oh my God, this is hard. Do you know that scene in Ice Age where the coconut slips out and it's like, mine, 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 mine? When the hot sauce came out, legit, our entire team was like, mine. All right, Quick Bolt, solar sauce. hotter than
Congratulations.
the
Thank you
sun.
very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, as sad as I am to say it, we have to bring the daily morning show to a close.
Yes, we do.
We're thankful to Prevalon Energy for sponsoring the daily morning show. And I am so grateful to have an amazing co-host. Give a round of applause for Miss Lisa Ann Pinkerton, please. If you have not yet, subscribe to her Earthlings 2.0 podcast. It's part of the Resource Labs network. You'll hear a whole lot more about Resource Labs in the months to come. And any parting thoughts or words?
my parting thoughts and words are we've had a big week. We've met a lot of people. We've had a lot of connections, a lot of information. The best thing you can do for yourself is to give yourself some time to follow up with all those folks,
Yes.
take in the information, and make sure that you carry through into the next year all of the hard work that you did this week. Make this week count for the entire
Make it
year.
count. Go check out the GWAC Symposium. Check out the Agrivoltaic Symposium. And hug your friends. Tell them goodbye. We'll see you next year in Vegas.
All right, and welcome everybody. Appreciate you all joining live here at the PowerUp stage, and for those of you tuning in. So first off, welcome to the PowerUp stage, sponsored by Wärtsilä Energy Storage and Optimization. Appreciate Nico giving us the opportunity to come in. As Nico mentioned, this is our 50th episode of Ask Mayfield Anything. So over 4 years ago now, we started this monthly webinar series, and the whole reason I like to do it is because I get to bring on smart people, smart, fun friends, and talk about nerdy things, and I get to learn more. So for me, it's been a fun experience and something that I'm just really enjoying doing. So this is our 50th episode. Really excited to be able to do it live at RE+. And as Nico pointed out, because it went right over my own head, I also celebrated my 50th birthday this week. So that was quite a coincidence.
Happy birthday.
Yes. Had a wonderful party at downtown Disney on Monday, and so all was well. So thank you all for joining. I want to introduce the guests that we have today, and so I'll let them give a little spiel on themselves as well. So first, Chris Crowell from Solar Builder. I guess tell us a little bit about yourself and Solar Builder, so folks don't know.
Yeah, Chris Kroll at Solar Builder. I'm the editor-in-chief. We're a quarterly magazine website that is dedicated to new products, technology, in solar and storage. Cover everything from residential to utility scale. We have YouTube series as well to talk about new products and interesting projects. And so, this is like my almost 10th RE+, something like that. So excited to be here. Thanks for the invite.
Yeah. Thanks for. Glad you could join. Kate Collardson,
Sustainable Solar Resources.
Sustainable. You had it. Sustainable Solar Resources. Longtime friend, longtime colleague. Thank you so much for joining.
So excited to be here.
I know that you have been in the industry for a long time. You have a lot of experience, and so what would you like folks to know about yourself?
Yeah, Sustainable Solar Resources we put together a website, solarrecycle.org, and that just provides information to the industry and to the public about recycling, where recyclers are for solar equipment.
Great.
We also track policy and other things.
Awesome. Okay, so today we are picking, so on the heels of what Nico just did, his top 5 swag, or top whatever swag, there was a lot of stuff up here when we got up here. We are talking about our top 5 things that we saw at the show. Not necessarily products, but pretty much products, but just ideas, products, and things in general. And so, and then at the end, we will announce our winner and have them come up and just kind of give a little bit info for that as well. So, just kind of going down the list, we're here with 40,000 plus other folks, so there's a lot here, obviously. There's a lot of different components. And so just some of the things that caught our eye, I'll kick it off, kind of talk about it, and we'll all just kind of throw it out. Actually, let's do the honorable mentions first.
Let's do that.
Please.
Okay, so not to take away from anything. So over here, if you're here live, over to our left, there is this beautiful PV module. I know those online can't see it because it's out of the camera. But this is from Craig Miner and his son
Avery.
Avery, thank you. They're Miner
Family Gallery, Miner Family Gallery.
And they're based out of Martha's Vineyard. So they've been here all week doing some real interesting stuff on some end-of-life PV modules. So it's a near and dear to Kate, obviously.
Yeah.
Something that they're working on. And so we have the RE Plus 20 logo over here for those of you that are looking at it. They're up between halls A and B if you want to go check out their work. I really wanted to have him bring the one that he's working on today, but unfortunately he's working on it today. But it's a really neat painting. So
the very first item that we had in our text chain, though, was I said, check out this new technology. And it was some grazing sheep that were outside. What's old is actually new again. I thought that was interesting that we can incorporate that into all of this technology today. So that was a good honorable mention spot.
That I haven't been able to go up to the sheep. I hear you can't pet the sheep, which is a disappointment to me.
They're hard at work.
Yeah.
Hard at work. They can't interrupt them.
Yeah.
So yeah, the sheep grazing was another big honorable mention, and just the agrivoltaics in general. I know that there's the agrivoltaics area, and so that's just a really big one for us personally. We were talking with some developers that are doing stuff around ag, cattle farms, and things like that. So it's a fun, exciting thing to see integrating the two technologies.
Absolutely, it's a fun and exciting new direction for the industry.
Yeah, and so where I live in Corvallis, Oregon, and it's actually really interesting because we have a school, Oregon State University, go Beavers, that they have a big ag school, and so they have a 2 megawatt array. They're actually actively grazing sheep there. They're doing all sorts of university things, testing soil temperatures, all these things. So it's really interesting to see, fun to see. It's actually getting into being used in the commercial out there. So as opposed to the goats that want to climb and eat everything. So let's use the animals wisely.
Yes.
All right. So with that, let's talk about some of the products so we can make sure that we have our time for our guests. So one of the things that caught my eye, I was talking with my team. We have 6 folks here from Mayfield Renewables, and so we had our text chain going as well of kind of what those products were. One that stood out for us as an engineering firm, and something that I think it would be interesting for folks is out there is SMA's new their flex inverter. So they have they've brought one of their inverters, and basically the flex part of it is that you can you can choose the voltage, the operating voltage at which you're working within. And so it's an inverter that can work with 600 volt systems, 1000 volt systems, or 1500 volt systems. So I thought that one was interesting. We're seeing a lot of repowering systems. I don't know how, kind of getting into that whole end of life thing. But that was an interesting one for me, just in the sense that one inverter that can serve multiple markets. You don't have to rewire arrays. You don't have to do that kind of stuff. So Did you guys get a chance to look at that or talk with them?
I did, yeah. I mean, SMA has a lot going on, and it's interesting that new technology, again, kind of, not what's old is new again, but the idea of repowering and kind of going backwards with something that's new that we don't want to pass by, projects or technology that's still needed in areas while we're looking to the future,
Yeah.
I think it's so important. It's a personal passion of mine is making sure that we are using the equipment that we install to its fullest and until it actually reaches the true end of its life. And this allows that. I'm very excited.
Yeah. So it's not going to be as is with everything, it's not the perfect product for every application. There's definitely some limitations. So, when you're using it on the lower end of that voltage range, it means you get a lower power output, but it's a great concept. I'm glad to see somebody like SMA putting effort into that, and so expecting we're going to see that just proliferate and more manufacturers going out and doing stuff like that. So that was a great one. The next one was the Critter Guard. I want you to introduce that one, Kate, because that was your
yeah, absolutely. I just this morning, in fact, I came across a new Critter Guard mounting system from Unirac. Now, as I was just mentioning, it's important that we are able to use all of the products that we install to the end of their lives, and critters can shorten lives. So Critter Guard for residential installs is very important, but it can be a hassle to install. It's a hassle to make it work well, and you often have to drill into the module frame, which is not the best, but Unirac has a new system that will clamp onto the module frame and is reusable. You can take it off and pop it back on as needed. So I'm pretty excited to see a new system for mounting Critter Guard. It's an important thing that we should be putting on our resi installs.
Yeah. And making it simpler for O&M teams,
Exactly. Yeah.
And so you were spending a lot of time in the O&M world, kind of working with a lot of residential folks. So I guess I'm just curious, not in a world that I'm in a lot. And in Oregon, our squirrels are well trained, so they don't actually go under
that's
the.
so kind of them.
Isn't it nice of them? Yeah, they're very nice.
I was talking to a friend just the other day who had a raccoon family under his array that had gotten not only into his wiring but also into his roof, and it happens more often than we want to believe.
Yeah, been there for sure.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, so it's something that I know is out there and is an important thing. Very costly, obviously,
Yes.
to
thousands and thousands of dollars to repair. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Wonderful. And so just to make sure that I'm clear, so this product that you were talking about, I know folks can't see it real well because it's so small, but it's the Critter Guard, but it's racking agnostic, right? So it
seems to be, yeah, it just clamps onto the frame of the module itself, so it could go with any racking, but it comes from Unirac.
Okay.
I'm sure they would prefer.
So that's a helpful thing. And so one of the things that I've always heard from people is just how hard it is to do that, and it just becomes unwieldy. And so that's a great one. Okay. Just kind of keeping an eye on our time here. So another one, Chris, you kind of brought up the Helioscope product and kind of what you saw in that. So why don't you tell us about, our team, I should say, I used to use Helioscope a lot. Yeah. Our team uses Helioscope a lot, so I'm just curious, and I was really excited to hear about what you saw in there.
Yeah, so Helioscope, they were acquired by Aurora back in 2021, and this new feature they debuted this year, similar obstruction detection, is their first real use of Aurora Solar's AI smarts in the Helioscope platform. So when if you're looking at a giant roof, there could be hundreds of skylights or vents, HVAC units, and you have to kind of go in and draw those keep outs, and it's time-consuming work for when you're trying to plan that array layout. And what this does is it uses computer vision, where when you draw that first one, and you essentially click the button for similar obstruction detection, within 30 seconds, it basically found 182 of that same skylight on this massive roof. And, saving those 15 minutes, 20 minutes that you'd spend of tedious work.
It's incredible. Copy, paste, get in the right spot.
Tedious, you might mess it up at some point.
Exactly.
And, it's a very good use of AI. You know, I'm in media, so I'm like leery of AI sometimes hearing it. But this is like, yes, this is what AI should be used for. I feel like it was very impressive to see happen live, and you could think about where that could go from here. You know.
Yeah, and so we've been a longtime user. Actually, I was talking with the folks at Helioscope. We have a very low user number, so we're one of the first adopters of it. So having seen that and kind of those iterations, it's exciting to see. And yeah, I'm with you on the AI thing. I'm trying to embrace it, but now that I'm 50, I can just be that curmudgeon old man and just not.
You've earned it.
Yeah.
So that's an exciting one. So yeah, the folks over at Helioscope, I know they're doing a lot of work. I was actually talking with Paul Grana earlier this week, and some of the things that they're working on, where they're moving it. So it just seems like that's just one of the first steps that they're moving into.
Yeah, and when you think about like all the data center projects that are coming online too, right? Like there's massive roofs coming online, so scaling up the capabilities of something like Helioscope to do those jobs quicker, just good, just what we need to be doing.
Yeah, it's awesome. Okay, the next one, actually, I think we all were into this, and so I think maybe Kate, you brought it to our attention. So the folks over at Span. So just so happens SMA and Span were next to each other. That was not planned out by any means. It's not that we were being lazy, not walking the huge thousands of square feet of floor space. But the folks over at Span have some really interesting products. People probably know about them have known about them for a long time. If not, you should go check them out. For me, it was really interesting because there's a new UL standard that's coming out, UL 3141. We actually just talked about it in one of our recent AMAs. And for those of you that are out there, we're going to be talking about it again. We're hosting a education summit in Austin, Texas in just a few weeks. And so this is going to be one of the big topics. We actually have people coming in, Jason Fisher being one of those people, helping us talk about this topic on 3141, which is adjacent to, if you're not familiar with it, it's a brand new standard, so it's not surprising people aren't familiar with it, but it's adjacent to the 1741 CRD, which is around power control systems, PCS, and something that's in National Electrical Code, something near and dear for me. So all of that is a setup for the Span product, this is just one part of what they have going for this, but the PCS function of their products. And so one of the things I found was really interesting as I was talking with them yesterday, they are able to, working with folks on minimizing service upgrades or the need for service upgrades, or the need to even install a larger service to begin with. So if it's a brand new installation, if you go through and do your load calcs and you have a large load, if the numbers come out relatively large, over 200 amps in a residential application, using the Span product, you can actually load shed and you can actually actively manage those loads. And so one of the things they can do is just still having a smaller service, because reality is we're probably not going to be drawing that much current in a residential application. If you are, that's, you've got some crazy stuff going on. So that was one of the things that they have. And then the other one, before I turn it over to you guys to talk about what you saw there, the other thing I thought was really neat was kind of talking into energy storage and backups capabilities. Span actually has the ability for you to, integrate with a battery system, but when the power goes out, when the battery goes into backup mode, you can actually start shedding loads in a way that doesn't overload the inverter itself. So if you have a 50 amp output from your inverter, you can make sure that you shed loads in such a way that you're not going to overload the inverter and bring it down, and then all of a sudden you have no power again. So those were a couple things. There's some other stuff I spent, half hour, 45 minutes at least in the booth nerding out on it. Yeah. There's definitely some cool stuff. Kate, what did you see? I know that you talked to them as well.
Yeah, I just want to call out their booth, which is actually, it has solar on it, it has battery on it, it's grid tied right now, but it can be off grid, and I think that's pretty darn cool. It's outside, which is necessary for that sort of thing, but I think it's fun. They've also got a couple new products coming out in 2025, and if you've installed Span before and thought, gosh, this is a difficult install, they've made some improvements. They've listened to the feedback, and they've made this new product, the two new products, 4048 and a 2416, are they're easier to install, better installability.
That's what I was talking with Troy over there yesterday, and that's exactly what he was saying. It's like more space. It's much more installer friendly, so that's exciting to see.
Yeah, just in general, PCS is just the future. I get excited about how it avoids main panel upgrades. You can exceed 120% rule. Like there's just a lot of stuff that is revolving around home energy with the power of PCS. So span, advancing their product in that way, I think is just great.
Yeah, I'm really excited about it because as we're seeing with systems in general, they're getting larger and larger, residential specifically, larger and larger systems, and having these multiple power sources, so we're needing to actively manage them, and so integrating solar, storage, potentially generators, the grid, all these things, this is what we have to do, and so seeing those active management things is exciting, and I'm glad to see it coming to fruition really quickly, and as somebody on the code making panel, it's fun to try and keep code up with what's going on, looking into the future, using that crystal ball to make sure that we are not inhibiting the ability to do this kind of stuff. So, so great.
Good work, Span.
Awesome. Okay, so looks like we're running just perfectly on time. So we wanted to introduce who we are calling, we're dawning our winner. They don't get any prizes. They don't get any anything other than our kudos.
Give them this vertical clip.
We can do a drum. You can do a drum roll if you want. So we going through the floor, looking at everything. It was Anza. I don't know how this works. So Anza, and so we have Mike Hall that's going to join us. So Mike, if you want to come on up, we'll do an introduction real quick. So. So thank you very much, Mike, for joining us. For those of you who may not know, I'll do a quick introduction to Anza. I'm going to butcher it, so I'm going to give Mike the opportunity to correct us and make sure that you are that we're getting this right. So Anza is a software tool, and it was one of those things I heard about it, and I was like, okay, that sounds, I guess, interesting. No offense to you, but then went to the booth, got a demo of it, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is actually really, really cool. I was really blown away by what you guys were doing. So, Mike, I know you were, former Borrego, so you've been in the industry for a long time. We've known each other for a long time. And so will you give us the real introduction on what Anza is and who it's serving and kind of what the overall functionality of it is?
Yeah, happy to do it. And thanks for coming and checking out. And we're honored that you picked us. So yeah, I mean, I think the easiest way to start is just, I like to use a metaphor. So this is a $50 billion industry in the U.S., and even companies that are looking to buy tens or hundreds of millions of dollars of solar modules are still doing it, kind of like my parents bought airline tickets in the 80s. You're calling and emailing one vendor at a time saying, hey, I need 5 megawatts in Q2 of 2025, what do you got? But the supply chain landscape is really complicated. There's like 35 suppliers, they all have multiple SKUs. And so from our work at Borrego, we realized that there was a lot of optimization that you could be doing in the space of procurement, and that you could really be increasing project profits. And so we had this idea for Anza, and basically what we've done is we have taken all of the supply chain data from 95% of the US module supply. We have over 33 suppliers, over 120 different module products, and we've taken all that data and taken it out of PDFs and spreadsheets and structured it. And so now you log into Anza and it's more like Kayak. You can see the entire market, every module available. You can see availability, pricing, but also all the technical specifications that matter to you. And you can filter and sort based on the things you care about. You only want modules that can withstand 40 millimeter hail. You can instantly sort the whole database. You only want modules made in the US, module assembly, module cells. You can search the database. And this is all done in seconds. And then the other thing that we did, and this is what we brought over from Borrego, is we thought that the industry was kind of backwards in thinking about, hey, it's all about price. Like, what's the cheapest cost per watt? But actually, it's actually about value, right? How much energy are these different modules going to produce? How much do they cost to install? And so what the Anza platform does is you can put information about your project in, and it will instantly, well, not instantly, it's about 20 seconds. It will, for every module in the database, calculate expected lifetime energy production and differences in expected install costs, discount that into current dollars, and let you see apples to apples, every module in the market, differences in total lifetime value. So that's what it does. We do think it is a transformative experience. It's really taken the supply chain and procurement into the modern age and showing what you can do with data technology.
Yeah, I have got an early demo, and I've been a big believer in what you guys are doing. And to even further your analogy of kayak, I feel like it's kayak plus CNET, if that's a good thing. Because the filtering and all that is great, but the calculations that you do and like your effective dollars per watt and simplifying and adding that engineering value, I feel like is huge. Like it makes me feel like I could start my own development company and I'm like an idiot, you know what I mean? Like it's that powerful, and you have energy storage on the platform now too. Right. And so anyone who walks in, if they're an engineer or not, they can use it however they want. And you also take it through procurement, like you will secure the deal, and with the vendor and all that.
Yeah. A lot of what we do is we help. We're mostly working with developers and IPPs, a little bit with EPCs, but there's a little bit of choose your own adventure. And this is what has changed, and this is a new product I think that you're all recognizing, is that you can just subscribe to the data and technology, and that's new. That came out last month. Prior to that, we really worked with mostly IPPs, but some EPCs go from, hey, I need to procure sometime in the future, all the way through to PO, and then we also do logistics support afterwards. So really focused on this area of procurement where we think there's a lot of value to be had.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I was super impressed with was the ability to go through and filter so many different things. And so like the thing that's resonated so well with me was getting the demo, you could isolate modules of a certain width. And so we were talking about, you've maybe done a 10% design and you have your racking set or you have your row length set and you change your modules by 2 millimeters, over a certain distance, that's just not going to work anymore. And so was speaking to me quite well. Like I can get this module and it's going to fit in what I've already designed. This is beautiful. So kudos to your team for doing that. It was an impressive tool. Like I said, I was blown away when I walked in.
Blown away. That's what we like to hear. So, that's what we like to hear.
So so folks, if you're here, I would highly recommend going and checking out Anza. So it's just a great product. So
thanks so much.
Yeah, it was great to see that. So we are nearly out of time. So I really appreciate Mike for joining us. Chris and Kate, thank you for agreeing to do this. Give me some good ideas on what to talk about. Thank you all here for joining our 50th episode. Nico, I don't know where you are anymore, but thank you very much. I really appreciate the opportunity to be up here. And then one last time, we are at Mayfield Renewables. We have a education summit that we are doing. We're doing a lot of education in general. And so if you're interested in learning more about these topics, others, we're going to be talking all day, really nerdy stuff in Austin, Texas. So would love to have you all come down, join us there. And
October 2nd and 3rd.
October 2nd and 3rd. Thank you very much. I kind of missed that part. So thank you all. I appreciate it. And enjoy the rest of your show.
Estamos ready, sí. Good morning, we are here in podcast and we welcome to the PowerUp live stage presented by Wärtsilä Energy Storage and Optimization. Bueno, we're switching to Spanish, so gracias a todos por estar aquí. Vamos a estar hablando de los 10 retos. Bueno, no creo que lleguemos a los 10 retos. Hay muchos retos en Puerto Rico eléctricos que nos impiden el poder movernos y hasta afectar la competitividad. Y definitivamente podemos estar aquí hablando 2, 3 horas, 4 horas, porque son bastantes. Y en esta ocasión, pues hemos decidido por lo menos tomar 3 retos que vemos que hay que trabajar, que hay que seguir buscando una manera de poder hacia adelante. Así que yo soy Ángel Sayas, el host del podcast Don Martín Informativo, Dr. Power PR, en YouTube. Y les presento aquí a mi amigo Ignacio Díaz. Ignacio, preséntate breve.
Muchas gracias. Good morning to all. Ignacio Díaz de Glen International, Chief Commercial Officer for the firm, cubriendo de la región del Caribe y localizado en San Juan, Puerto Rico. Thank you for having me.
Muy
and
bien.
of course, I have the pleasure of introducing Gabriel Pérez as well.
Saludos, buenos días, good morning. Gabriel Pérez Sepúlveda, socio fundador de WTS en Puerto Rico, distribuidor, y también Sol Renew, consultoría en proyectos de energía renovable.
Muy bien, bueno, gracias. Vamos al tini gritty. Oye, en Puerto Rico, ¿la cosa está bien eléctricamente? Háblame, ¿cuál tú crees que es para ti el primer problema que tenemos que enfocar en Puerto Rico para realmente poder echar hacia adelante a Puerto Rico competitivamente?
Yo creo que inequívoca, de manera, nadie aquí puede discutir que estabilización de la red eléctrica de Puerto Rico es el tema primordial para todos nosotros. Si nosotros no logramos estabilizar la red eléctrica para que podamos nosotros tener calidad de vida y al mismo tiempo crear un nivel competitivo hacia la isla de Puerto Rico y atraer nuevas industrias y progreso hacia el país, jamás nosotros vamos a movernos hacia adelante.
¿Tú ves alguna urgencia o ves algo como que estamos cocinando por un lado una cosa, por otro lado otro lechón, se van a quemar algún lechón, como decimos por ahí para abajo? Háblame, ¿hay algo que esté sincronizado o tiene que venir alguien y decir, en esto es que lo que nos vamos a enfocar?
El sentido de urgencia definitivamente no lo veo. Hay ciertos individuos que definitivamente lo notan. Yo sí creo que en el negociado de energía tú notas un sentido de urgencia, pero el problema de la burocracia y el red tape es algo que prohíbe la agilidad de estos individuos que quieren progresar la isla. Y definitivamente tenemos que eliminar el red tape y tenemos que buscar la manera de darle prioridad a esto para que la isla pueda progresar. Pero definitivamente no está ese sentido de urgencia allá.
A mí una de las cosas que me ocupa grandemente es cuando los industriales empiezan a salir y decir, brother, se está yendo tanto la electricidad que me está afectando la operación. Y nada más pensar que el 45% o el 50% de los empleos que salen en Puerto Rico son de los industriales. O sea que la competitividad se afecta. Entonces, ese tipo de operación así, donde tienen que gastar dinero en backup, en generadores, hay sitios que están funcionando con el generador para mantener el voltaje y la frecuencia.
La inestabilidad de la red eléctrica en Puerto Rico es tan y tan crasa ahora mismo que fíjate que está dando nacimiento a muchísimas microredes alrededor de toda la isla en el sector industrial. Todas estas farmacéuticas están creando sus propias microredes y hasta convirtiéndose en unos exportadores de energía hacia la red eléctrica por la necesidad y la falta de urgencia, al mismo tiempo de la necesidad de tener una infraestructura sólida que le dé estabilidad a sus empresas.
¿Quieres añadir algo en términos de la estabilidad de red? ¿Cómo ves? ¿Y qué sería necesario también para poder ayudar? Aparte, ¿verdad?, de que vamos a hablar de energía renovable, pero antes de entrar a eso, ¿algún punto que quieras traer en particular?
Definitivamente hay una inestabilidad en la red y entiendo que ya hay varios proyectos en agenda para poder trabajar con esa red. Actualmente se va la energía en Puerto Rico diariamente y de hecho estamos en temporada de huracán, estamos en temporada pico. De hecho hay varios huracanes, varias tormentas ahora mismo desarrollándose en esa área. Así que sé que hay varios proyectos ya que están en planificación, que entiendo que se van a empezar a ejecutar en el 2025, 2026. La burocracia, entiendo que afecta mucho ese proceso para que se pueda agilizar. Pero definitivamente ahora mismo necesitamos llegar al 2050 al 100% renovable. Actualmente estamos al 7, al 10%. O sea que estamos bien bajos. Ya estamos viendo feeders que están llenos. Queremos llegar al 100%. Vemos como que, así que definitivamente hacen falta proyectos de batería, y entiendo que vienen unos proyectos de batería, los picker units, entiendo que ya se van a empezar a trabajar. Vienen proyectos en las plantas de generación. Algunas plantas se van a decomisar, van a inyectar baterías sobre 500 megawatts horas de storage. O sea que yo entiendo que eso va a ayudar a la inestabilidad de la red y también para poder inyectar más energías renovables para poder llegar al 100%.
Antes, yo iba a decir algo, pero Ignacio desde
Sí, no,
ahorita está como que necesito decir algo, así
Sí,
que
sí.
adelante, Ignacio.
Yo quiero ya traer 2 puntos. El primero, 2 cosas que tienen que suceder ahora. Una, empoderamiento del negociado de energía. El PREP, el Puerto Rico Energy Bureau, tenemos que darle todo el empoderamiento necesario para que ellos actúen.
¿No lo tiene ya?
No, tenemos
¿Por qué?
5, porque hay mucha política que los está matando y tenemos que sacar. Nos hemos fajado para poder sacar la política de lo que era prepa y trabajar en 3 entes. Tenemos el negociado, tenemos a Luma y tenemos a Genera. La idea era sacar la política y ahora la política está tratando de volver a agarrarlos. Tenemos que sacar la política por completo y dejar que esta gente opere, denle el poder a ellos para que nos defiendan. Tenemos los mejores 5 comisionados del grupo de Sea Rock, que es el grupo del sureste de los Estados Unidos. Son 5 tremendos individuos. Tienes a Edison, tienes a Ferry, tienes a Lily, tienes a Silvia y tienes a Tony. Son 5 tremendos individuos muy bien preparados. Vamos a darles el poder para que ellos sigan adelante. La segunda, que es mucho más difícil, vamos a apoyar a Luma. Si tú tienes una persona que no te cae bien y tú vas a donde él y le dices, yo te odio, ¿cómo tú crees que él te va a ayudar a ti? Pero si yo voy a esa persona que aunque no me caiga bien, le digo, ¿cómo te ayudo a ser mejor? Pues claro está, esa persona va a querer echar para adelante y echar el país para adelante. Eso es lo que tenemos que hacer con Luma. Tenemos que abrazar a Luma y ayudar a Luma a que sea una red genial, de la misma manera que pasa con Red Eléctrica en España, que la gente está sumamente orgullosos de ella, o Florida Power and Light en toda la Florida. Tenemos que coger orgullo de nuestra red y ayudarlos a que se conviertan en la mejor red de los Estados Unidos.
Mira, a mí se han quejado conmigo porque yo he dicho categóricamente de que no es cancelar el contrato. Eso lo cogen como balón político para esta época de elecciones que hay ahora. La realidad es que no se va a poder hacer así. La primera pregunta es, ¿quién está en fila para venir a hacer, para trabajar con la red eléctrica que ya está ahí?
Pero es que este problema no viene de ayer ni del huracán. O sea, este problema de energía en Puerto Rico, estamos hablando, yo me acuerdo, estamos hablando ahorita, hace casi 20 años yo instalé un sistema de baterías en mi apartamento porque se iba la energía. Definitivamente después del huracán, con una infraestructura débil, o sea, estamos volviendo para atrás. Volvemos a la burocracia, los permisos, o sea, hay elementos, hay que empoderar, hay que trabajar en equipo, Genera, Luma, sin fines de lucros, el gobierno, los instaladores, los contratistas.
La universidad, la industria.
La industria de comercio. Todos tenemos que remar para el mismo lado. Y yo veo que muchos están como que haciendo lo suyo y lo que tenemos que trabajar en equipo, definitivamente, porque al propósito, ¿quién se está afectando? El consumidor, los negocios. Vemos que otros países están bien competitivos.
Los ancianos.
La energía está bien cara. Nosotros vivimos en la isla. Nosotros no tenemos petróleo allí, gas allí. Todo se importa. Así que definitivamente esa parte de trabajar en equipo, ¿ves? De apoyarnos, como dice Ignacio, dejar que el negociado trabaje. Definitivamente tenemos también una situación económica en las islas que no se puede despintar. O sea, hay una quiebra. Tenemos una Junta de Control Fiscal que lleva 8 años allí. El acceso a capital. O sea, limitado, solamente hay 3 bancos locales. Antes habían 10. Así que cada vez que tú hablas con una compañía financiera para hacer proyectos en Puerto Rico, rápido le coges miedo. Así que o sea, todos esos elementos definitivamente están afectando para que todos estos proyectos se puedan ejecutar al tiempo que nosotros queremos. Definitivamente estamos viendo diariamente que se va la energía y la gente se desespera y lo puedo entender. Hay negocios cerrando todos los días. Un restaurante no puede existir cerrando un día sí, un día no. Que no tengo energía. Así que sé que es algo complicado, pero se puede hacer. Definitivamente si nos apoyamos, dejamos que el negociado trabaje, esperemos que pronto se resuelva el problema de la quiebra. El acceso a capital es esencial. Así que
Es triste pensar que, y te voy a dar un pathway al próximo paso y la próxima vez vas a traer, es triste que donde estamos, pero fíjate que por otro lado, esa necesidad es la madre de inventarnos nosotros mismos. Y por eso tenemos un mercado que tenemos casi ya 1 gigavatio de
Exacto.
energía solar en los techos, porque la gente pierde la confianza en la red, pierde la confianza en la gente en Puerto Rico y está montando su propia generación, su propia resiliencia, su propia sustainability. Y en estos momentos Puerto Rico, llegando a 1 gigavatio de DR, de Distributed Generation en los techos, somos un líder mundial en este tipo de infraestructura, al igual que cómo se va a acoplar esta a nuestra propia red.
De hecho, te puedo mencionar 2 cosas. Uno de los sistemas que está aquí manufacturero, es el tercer país de mayor instalaciones de sus baterías en Puerto Rico y que tiene el potencial de hacer el Virtual Power Plant más grande de todo el mundo, prácticamente, por la cantidad de baterías que hay interconectadas y que pueden ser parte de la solución. Hoy, si todos estos que tienen baterías en sus casas y ven parte y le pueden dar ese beneficio, quizás mucho más alto, más grande, de mayor dinero, la gente puede verlo porque tú puedes ayudar a evitar esos relevos de carga con prácticamente 1000 megavatios.
Sí, mucho de lo que tú estás dialogando es correcto y en estadística, si te pones a pensarlo, ¿no? Estamos sobrepasando, ya estamos sobre 900 megavatios, ya casi llegando a 1 gigavatio, y pensar que un 90% de eso tiene baterías a comparación con California, que no llega a un 10%, o Hawái, que no llega a un 15%, la verdad es que la diferencia es masiva y hace una diferencia muy importante en la red. Y cómo eso crea una cierta estabilización en la red porque la batería ayuda muchísimo.
Y tengo una noticia que decir. Me llegó el cheque del Virtual Power Plant. Por fin, esos son buenas, eso es exclusiva. Ustedes son los primeros que lo saben. Así que lo voy a estar mostrando en las redes y lo vamos a ver. Es positivo, definitivamente. Así que me llegó. Se lo enseño ahorita para que sepan. No se ha cambiado, pero sé que me llegó. Me tiraron una foto. Mira, moviéndonos al tema de estabilidad de nuevo, ¿verdad? Y que es importante. Hay unos planes de baterías que van a ayudar a la red y que eso puede ser más rápido. Háblame de eso, Gabriel.
Bueno, entiendo ya hay proyectos de batería. Bueno, hay varios proyectos. Están los proyectos de las subestaciones, los picker units.
Eso es con Genera.
Con Genera, y hay otros proyectos también para instalar baterías en las plantas de generación. Plantas que se van a decomisar y paralelo se van a instalar baterías. Entiendo que hay unos proyectos más adelantados que otros. Yo entiendo ya que para el 2025 debemos de estar viendo ya...
¿Es el año que viene?
Ya mismo. O sea, esto está pasando ya, donde lo que nosotros estamos hablando se están ya negociando, tras bastidores se está trabajando esto. Volvemos, hay un proceso de burocracia que afecta el sentido de urgencia. Y al final la gente lo que es, quiere energía, quiere estabilidad, quiere tener su casa prendida. No todo el mundo tiene derecho, o sea, no todo el mundo tiene el acceso para poder comprar. Y también viendo la limitación de financiamiento. Así que esos proyectos de baterías que entiendo que ya están trabajándose, entiendo que van a estar trabajando ya. Y la frecuencia, van a ayudar a la frecuencia, eso es otro. Hay muchos proyectos de energía renovable inyectando a la red. Estamos hablando de una infraestructura de los años 60, inyectándole casi 1 gigawatt de energía. Eso no estaba diseñado para eso.
¿Y las baterías van a ayudar?
Definitivamente las baterías van a ayudar.
He escuchado que son como 400 megavatios para las subestaciones y hay como 225 megavatios para las fincas solares también, que se ganaron en el proceso del ER2 de CDBG. Que están dando hasta un 60% de incentivo en Puerto Rico. Oye, Puerto Rico, aparte de que es la mejor oportunidad de que hacer su research and development en pruebas y que esté funcionando, es Puerto Rico. Yo recuerdo después del 2017, Huracán María, muchas compañías llegaron y querían probar sus equipos y correrlos y hasta donaron.
Es que eso fue lo que pasó después del huracán. La reconstrucción del país la hicieron las sin fines de lucro. La realidad. Y todos estos fondos que estamos viendo ahora, todos estos programas para los hospitales, para los agricultores, para las casas, nosotros los trabajamos con las sin fines de lucro.
Correcto.
Y fue un modelo a seguir Y lo estamos viendo en otros países, porque ya estoy viendo en California y en otras jurisdicciones de Latinoamérica que ya están viendo la importancia de la resiliencia, la importancia de tener continuidad de energía, haciendo microredes.
Adelante, Ignacio. Una cosa también que hay que añadir aquí, y volvemos a la importancia de empoderar al negociado de energía de Puerto Rico y al mismo tiempo darle fuerza a ellos para que ellos agilicen todos estos procesos para el sentido de urgencia. Ahora mismo tú tienes pre-tranche con Zero 1, tienes los tranches AES. Y
¿Qué son tranches para beneficio?
Tranches son los diferentes segmentos de proyectos de Utility Scale Solar o Utility Scale Renewable Energy que están saliendo, subastándose en Puerto Rico. Tranche 1 fue un total de 18, al final se están convirtiendo 11 proyectos que van a estar saliendo, más o menos ecualizando 850 megavatios de energía renovable, todos ellos en la parte de energía solar. Pre-tranche teníamos a Zero 1, que es un total de 110, y le dieron la aceptación de la expansión. Pero todos estos proyectos grandes solares, ahora mismo estamos en el medio de Tranche 2, también está Tranche 3, y supuestamente van a haber 7 o 8 tranches para un total de 3.7 gigavatios de energía renovable.
Impresionante.
Y de esa forma llegar a nuestro Act 17 o Ley 17, que es Puerto Rico 100% renovable antes del 2050. O sea que para nosotros poder agilizar todas estas cosas, pues tenemos muy claro que tenemos que tener más storage, más baterías en la red. Y tenemos a todos estos individuos que se han ganado contratos con el gobierno, tanto pre-tranche como tranche 1, que están dispuestos a poder subir la cantidad de baterías que van a poner en la red. Y es más, te voy más allá, están hasta honrando los costos originales que fueron propuestos, los cuales son menores que los que están saliendo ahora porque los costos se han elevado. Y aún así no han sido aprobados. Es ilógico por completo que tenemos gente que están dispuesta a invertir y montar baterías, estabilizar la red de nosotros con el problema que tenemos y no hay sentido de urgencia.
Es que la
y la gente
permisología.
está mudándose de Puerto Rico y saliendo frustrados de que no pueden tener calidad de vida en Puerto Rico cuando tenemos gente dispuesta a inyectar dinero privado. Esto no es dinero del DOI, esto no es dinero federal, esto es dinero privado por completo para poder arreglar la situación energética del país.
Mira, vamos a switch gear ya mismo porque hemos hablado de la estabilidad de la red eléctrica, algunas ideas, hemos hablado de las baterías a gran escala y que son retos que el tiempo sigue pasando. Tú lo mencionaste ahorita, la desesperación de las personas por tener electricidad es inmensa. ¿Y qué hace? Que entonces cada uno, la generación distribuida aumente y cada uno monte su sistema solar y batería. Tu casa recientemente, tú me dijiste, mira, vamos a tener baterías en casa, todo normal y vamos al paso. ¿Hasta qué?
Se fue la luz.
Se fue la luz, un apagón y no me quito el guante encima hasta que le hice el diseño y pudo bregar con la instalación de las
3 baterías.
3 baterías, ahora vive como un pachá, se va la luz. Oye, y sí es normal, pero la realidad es que es una necesidad. La gente tiene necesidad de tener electricidad por la medicina, por
la salud mental.
Sí.
Vamos a hablar claro. O sea, ya Puerto Rico, huracán, terremoto, problemas económicos. Ahora también se habla de energía. Y tormenta.
Calidad de vida, calidad de vida.
La salud mental. Estamos hablando también una población de muchas personas mayores. O sea, muchas personas.
Pues mira, ahora lo traigo que desde el 2007, ¿okay? Puerto Rico tiene la ley 114 de medición neta, lo cual podemos decir nosotros que ha sido positiva, efectiva en la implementación. Siempre hemos tenido los ups and downs y que si me dan el crédito, no me dan el crédito, pero en la mayoría, yo diría en el casi 90%, ha sido un elemento clave para poder entonces interconectar y tener el beneficio de medición neta. Es parte de lo que uno puede recibir de payback y poder correrlo. Pero la medición neta está bajo ataque. Claramente, la medición neta, aunque ahora mismo estamos en un 6-7% de energía renovable, la medición neta está bajo ataque porque hay una ley que se aprobó en enero de este año, ley 10 del 2024, donde extiende la medición neta hasta... no que extiende la medición neta, extiende el estudio que dice la ley 17 que se tenía que ocurrir en abril del 2024 pasado, o sea, hace 4 meses, hasta 2030. Y el resultado de ese estudio,
no se pone en efecto, si hubiese algún resultado, hasta el 2031, lo que significa que ha extendido en teoría a que no se toque la medición neta de aquí hasta 5 o 6 años. Ok, ¿qué ocurre? Pues obviamente la Junta de Control Fiscal, que es la que vela y verifica, ¿verdad?, todas las condiciones de presupuesto y todo eso, pues ha demandado al gobierno para que se derrogue la ley 10 y que no haya la medición neta. O sea, no es que no haya la medición neta, que se derrogue y que se permita el estudio para poder seguir con el proceso y hacerlo. Mi posición, y aquí hemos estado hablando entre nosotros y tenemos varias diferentes posiciones, pero voy a escucharlo a él también, es que nosotros estamos en solamente un 6-7% de energía renovable en Puerto Rico. Y para el 2025, la ley 10 decía que teníamos que estar en 40%. Vamos a echar para atrás 2024. ¿Cuánto debe ser eso? Más o menos 30%, se supone que estuviésemos hoy. De 6% a 30% queda un mundo. Por lo tanto, para mí no hace sentido que se toque ni que se haga estudio. Ahora la ley lo dice, pues que se haga. Quizás el resultado va a ser ni se va a tocar. Pero el problema es que cómo se maneja esto y cómo se trabaja es la parte que siempre estos encontronazos tenemos nosotros. Así que habla tú primero y después Gabriel.
Vamos a las cosas claras. Tú no puedes decir por un lado vamos a empoderar el negociado de energía y por otro lado decir vamos a quitarle todo el poder a ellos. Esta demanda y esto que está pasando con la Junta de Control Fiscal simplemente para empoderar al negociado de energía.
En eso estoy de acuerdo contigo.
Y que ellos hagan esa es la demanda. Es simplemente empoderarlos a ellos para que ellos hagan un estudio y vean dónde estamos en este momento. ¿Sabes lo que va a pasar en ese estudio? Que van a decir que la medición neta en Puerto Rico va a ser muchísimo más que un 20%. Es más, te voy a decir...
¿Qué número da eso?
Está sobre un 50%, que es lo que ellos están evaluando para ponerlo ahí. O sea, que este estudio que ellos van a hacer va a ser mucho más profundo y va a dar una profundidad más grande a cuánta medición neta nosotros podemos adoptar en nuestra red. Esto viene, pero por otro lado también hay que ser fair. ¿Cuánto te voy a pagar por tu kilovatio hora generado y cuánto yo te voy a cobrar a ti? O sea, que lo que ellos van a hacer es un análisis. Tal vez no es un 1.0 a 1.0, que te pagan lo mismo que te cobran por un vatio o por un kilovatio hora. Tal vez viene siendo que te van a pagar a ti un 0.8 porque a ellos también, Luma y el resto de la gente, tiene un costo que ellos tienen que asumir de cuánto cuesta poder correr esa energía adentro de esa red eléctrica, al igual que tiene otros costos de generar lo que nosotros lo conocemos como el base load, que es esa generación básica que funciona por la noche para poder operar la isla. Lo único que yo les pido a todo el mundo es que lean y vean las cosas claras. Esto es simplemente empoderar al negociado de energía eléctrica de Puerto Rico de que ellos hagan los estudios necesarios para lo que es mejor para nosotros en Puerto Rico.
Déjalo ahí. Comentarios, que nos quedan ya como 4 o 5 minutos.
Sinceramente, la medición neta es algo esencial para los proyectos de energía renovable. Hay muchos grupos y también hay mucha desinformación. Definitivamente, yo estoy en contra a que, primero que se quite. O sea, si se quita,
es que eso
no va a pasar, pero eso es una de las cosas que mencionan y yo entiendo que eso no va a pasar. Están pasando en otras jurisdicciones que hay un cambio de en vez de 1 a 1, ver hasta dónde, pero tampoco queremos afectar porque mira lo que está pasando en California. Actualmente se hizo unos cambios y ha afectado un montón esa industria. Yo entiendo que se pudiesen hacer otras cosas más creativas y yo creo que volvemos con el storage, va a ser esencial, porque mira, el time of use, ¿cómo podemos educar mejor al consumidor? Y ahora también tenemos los prosumidores, saber ser más eficiente con su energía, saber que, oye, no voy a prender todos los aires a la misma vez. Así que definitivamente yo entiendo que hay que tener mucho cuidado, sinceramente, cómo se está llevando este tema y que no se afecte, o sea, que el cambio que se vaya a hacer, que no sea algo que de repente afecte a la industria. Ahora mismo hay un montón de personas también trabajando en la industria de energía renovable en Puerto Rico y sinceramente es algo esencial, o sea, ya no es un lujo, o sea, es algo que ya todo el mundo lo necesita. Así que por lo menos ese es mi punto de vista al respecto.
Yo no estoy de acuerdo con el comentario tuyo, Ángel, y con mucho respeto de lo que tú mencionas, que está que está en un ataque. Esto no es un ataque hacia medición neta, esto es un ajuste hacia medición neta para hacerlo de una forma fair y real. Es lo que necesita la isla. ¿Y quién mejor que el negociado de energía eléctrica para que haga esos estudios y tome cartas en el asunto? Nosotros no podemos ser parcial y decir, quiero darle el poder a este individuo, pero no específicamente para esto.
Pues mira, yo puedo estar de acuerdo contigo en lo del negociado.
Ok, pues eso es
100%.
esa es la
¿Hay
demanda.
algo? ¿Hay algo?
Esa es la
¿Por qué?
demanda.
Pues
esa es la
estamos
demanda.
de acuerdo en lo del negociado. ¿Por qué? Porque si la ley 57 puso la Comisión de Energía, eso en 2014, y después la ley 17 le da más poderes al negociado, pues entonces se lo están quitando en el proceso. Estoy totalmente de acuerdo, pero aún así, si el negociado hace el estudio, que yo voy a estar allí, yo le voy a decir al negociado, no hagan ningún estudio si estamos a 6%, 7%, ¿para qué? ¿De qué estamos hablando?
Pero es que el estudio también incluye poder subir el porciento de acoplación o de absorción en la red de la misma parte de cuánta energía renovable
El
podemos
estudio
tener.
que está draft ahora mismo prácticamente está atendiendo a lo que pasó en California. Esa es mi preocupación también. Hay un draft que salió ya
sí, pero-
y lo que queremos nosotros evitar es que la industria se vaya a caer también.
No, eso no,
Así
pero-
que yo creo que debe ser un conglomerado donde todos debemos estar enfocados y trabajar con eso. Un último statement, Gabriel, que estamos cerrando.
Último statement. Bueno, nada, que Puerto Rico definitivamente está siendo un pilar en lo que es en esto de energías renovables, las baterías allá. Te puedo decir que de 10 casas, 9, 9 y media ya instalan baterías. Las personas están más educadas, hay muchos incentivos. Están pasando definitivamente los intereses este año han afectado también el crecimiento de la industria, no nada más en Puerto Rico. Yo he puesto a hablar aquí con un montón de suplidores y manufactureros y la ha bajado la venta. Yo sé que estamos en un año de elecciones, pero definitivamente, volvemos a lo que hablamos al principio. Hay un propósito. 2050 tenemos que ir al 100% renovable. Estamos viendo actualmente que hay un problema craso de energía en Puerto Rico. Actualmente se va todos los días a las 6 de la tarde, en la hora pico.
Hay Virtual Power Plant que estamos participando.
Definitivamente, pero con todo el Virtual Power Plant se está yendo la energía
Sí, se está
todos los
yendo.
días. Entonces, ¿cómo bregamos con las personas mayores? ¿Cómo bregamos con las sin fines de lucro?
Eso es lo
¿Cómo
que estamos-
bregamos con las comunidades vulnerables? Así que definitivamente hay que tener un sentido de urgencia. Hay que quitar la burocracia, ver de qué manera podemos agilizar ese proceso para que sea más fácil todo esto.
Te robó 30 segundos. Tienes 30 segundos para
Oye,
decir
era
algo
15.
ahora. No,
Mira,
3.
nosotros estamos en el principio de Puerto Rico 2.0. Yo soy creyente que we are in our best moment. O sea, que yo soy una persona que piensa en la parte positiva. Yo creo que nosotros tenemos la habilidad, tenemos la gente, tenemos el talento para poner esta isla a otro nivel y llevar a Puerto Rico a que sea el ejemplo no solo del resto de la región del Caribe, sino hasta de los Estados Unidos. Ahora, nos va a tomar mucho trabajo y no
tiempo.
va a ser en un cuatrenio político.
Definitivamente.
Para cerrar, y con esto cerramos, en Puerto Rico yo creo que hace falta que alguien se pare de frente y le diga las cosas como son. Apagones van a seguir ocurriendo.
Sí, van a seguir.
Va a pasar el tiempo, pero ahí están los planes y debemos nosotros, la industria, el gobierno, fiscalizar esos planes para estar seguros de que van a ocurrir. Así que
¿Cuánto tiempo es la reconstrucción de la red? ¿Cuánto tiempo?
como 10, 15 años. Así que los cerramos aquí. Gracias a todos por vernos acá. Estamos en Dr. Power PR, Dere Power PR en YouTube. Así que a la orden, muchas gracias por todo, ¿ok?
Gracias.
All right, all right. That was fun. Thank you, Dr. Power. Next, we have Solar Surge coming up, taking over the stage with Joe Ordia. Welcome, welcome. And just sit back and make yourself comfortable. Get yourself some headphones over here. I've got your headphones over here if you want some. And we'll get started in just a moment.
All right, welcome to a special edition of the Solar Surge podcast. We are broadcasting live from the PowerUp live stage at RE Plus in partnership with Suncast Media. And this morning I'm joined by Ben Zientara from Solar Reviews.
Hey.
Ben, good to see you again.
Good to see you too.
And we're going to be talking about solar industry news and trends for 2024.
Sounds great.
Well, Ben, unfortunately, some of the biggest news for our industry this year was the solar business failures. So I guess let's jump into that first.
Yeah, for sure.
Number of high-profile business failures, whether you're talking about Titan Solar, Pink Energy Power Home, or ADT acquiring SunPro just to shut the business down in 2 years. So
yeah.
What's your take on the state of the residential solar installer business and some of these high-profile failures that we've seen in 2023, 2024?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, as of a couple years ago, we've seen a definite decrease in demand. Not demand for solar, but what residential customers will expect. And so we've seen a decrease in demand because of that. And that means that if a company isn't executing as well as it possibly can, then they're going to fail. We've definitely seen, ADT was very aggressive in moving into markets like Oklahoma and Kansas and these places that aren't traditionally known as bastions of good residential solar policy. So you end up, trying to fill in what you can at the margins, and if you can't sell at the right price and homeowners don't do well, then, the word spreads and you don't end up selling much at all. But I think, demand is there and it's actually returning now. We're at the end of 2024 or near the end, and interest rates should be going down soon. Jerome Powell seems to think that interest rates are going to go down very soon. I just saw a report that we're at the lowest level of inflation since 2021, so it's good to hear. And I think what we're seeing is that residential demand is picking back up, and installers are getting ready to, sell into the market again.
Yeah. And maybe part of it is that we had things so good for so long. I mean, I know when I got into the industry in 2012, we knew nothing but year-over-year growth for the entire decade following that. And it was significant growth, I think 50% at least year-over-year for the entire decade. Then we get hit with higher interest rates. On top of that, higher financing fees, and that's something we can dig more into as well.
Yeah, for sure.
But it's definitely gotten more expensive to finance solar, and then for the first time in over a decade, we saw sales slowing down, and it seems like a lot of the companies that weren't ready for that end up falling by the wayside.
Yeah, I think what we saw is that companies just grew so quickly and spread themselves out so much that when operational things weren't in place, they couldn't handle the downturns.
Yep. So do you think we've seen the worst of it now?
I certainly hope so. I think we probably have. From what we know from our clients is that they're getting, like I said, they're getting ready to turn back on campaigns and getting ready to get out there again. I think we haven't seen the end of closures. I think you mentioned today to me that we've just seen more recent closures of big solar companies, big solar residential companies. But I certainly think, like I said, the demand is there. Electricity isn't getting any cheaper from the grid. So there's always reason to get away from that as much as possible as a homeowner.
Sure. One of the things we do at Solar Surge, we travel around, we meet with solar contractors around the country, particularly here in California, because we want to share with the audience what are the companies that are finding success in today's environment, what are they doing differently than even some of these larger companies that we thought we were having a lot of success and then they end up going out of business. One of the things I've noticed is that some of the smaller regional companies, they're not necessarily in every single market and they're not trying to be everything to everybody, but they focus on one or two geographies. They do really good work, have a really good reputation there, and not trying to grow too fast.
Yeah.
That's what I've seen. Have you seen anything similar?
Yeah, absolutely. I think what we've seen especially is that vertically integrated residential companies do really well. Those who employ their own salespeople, they employ their own service teams, they're able to maintain that relationship with their customers over the long run. And not just their customers, but the relationship with the AHJs in their local communities and the inspectors, and they kind of know exactly what to expect, and they can smooth things out or make sure things run streamlined. I think for too long, the people in the residential industry have kind of given out this message that solar is a zero maintenance product, and once you put it on your roof, it's going to work forever. And that's obviously not true. That there will be something that fails, and most likely it's going to be an inverter problem or something that's going to happen down the line, and you want to make sure that the company that installed it or the salesperson that sold it to you is responsible for helping you out when that happens.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've said this so many times, I feel like a broken record. But, solar is not one of these things that you just buy it off the shelf and, you put it on and you're done with it. You never deal with the contractor again.
Yeah.
With solar, you're essentially investing in a 25-year relationship with that contractor. So this is not something you want to go shopping on cheapest price. the question you really need to ask yourself is, is this the contractor, is this the company that I have the most confidence in being a good long-term partner over the entire 25 years of that system?
Yeah, for sure. And even though we might see like a solar module on the roof should be just fine for 25 years, but again, if the installation was done poorly because it was a subcontracted work crew that wasn't invested in making sure that the business has a long-term staying power, or if it was roof penetrations that weren't done correctly, or an inverter that wasn't installed correctly, then you end up with problems down the line, and you want someone to help take care of that.
And especially with today's technology, because one of the things I'm seeing here too is solar is not just an individual stovepipe system anymore, and it's not just about slapping as much glass on the roof as possible. These systems are becoming complex and highly integrated, including in many cases solar, battery storage, electric vehicle charging, smart home energy management, automatic load control, and the contractor's got to be able to manage all of that complexity and make sure all those different systems can talk well to each other. Again, it's just not one of those things you want to be thinking on a cheapest price basis. It's a lot of complexity and risk to manage.
Yeah, exactly. And like you said many times, is that we used to pair whatever modules with whatever inverter and have it happen now. But these companies are moving, manufacturing companies are moving toward a platform of products that all do work together and talk together. And then installers get to choose one of those platforms and kind of work within that ecosystem. And you got companies like Enphase that does everything but the glass. And then other companies that are doing everything and the glass, and from like especially with the Q cells, you've got you got the modules on the roof, you got the inverter, or in this case they've got their new AC modules that tie right into their combiner box. They told me today they're going to have a new AC battery coming out next year that's going to work with that. So that's pretty cool to have everything in one stop. If you need warranty support, you're going to get it from one point and not have to go chasing around a manufacturer that might not exist anymore.
So what are your thoughts on the different ecosystems that are available out there now? I know just this week I've had a chance to take a look at Q cells. Had a chance to take a brief look at Solar Edge. Generac has rolled out a new generation battery energy storage system as well. So what are your take on the ecosystems that are available out there?
Well, I think it's interesting to see that there aren't a lot of new products. You see people are just refining the designs, where you got like Franklin WH, they doubled the power of the A power, they doubled the power output and increased the storage capacity. That's cool, but it's not a brand new radical reinvention of it. It's really just about refining and making sure that you can address the needs of people really well. As far as ecosystems, you got the old guard, which is the Enphase, and then you got the newer ones. You just covered Point Guard in one of your videos, and I talked to their CEO this week. I think that's a really cool, he called it a platform and not a product, where it's really a design that's meant to enable people to have like a legacy products. If you need to change out a battery module in 10 years, that you can do that with this product because it's designed to think about the future, and that's really cool.
Yep. A lot of exciting technology out there, and of course we're going to be covering that and seeing where this goes. One of the other trends that we're seeing here this week is this move towards made in USA and domestic content. Can you speak a little bit to that? Why do you think made in USA is so important right now? I haven't really remembered hearing this much in the past, is this real focus on U.S. manufacturing.
Yeah, absolutely. So at Solar Reviews, we produce a yearly top 10 list of solar module manufacturing brands, solar battery brands, and one of our ranking criteria for those brands is whether they've committed to manufacturing in the U.S. Obviously, with the IRA a couple years ago, that became much more important. But I think we're actually kind of in a tenuous position with that, because we've seen module manufacturers are saying we're going to do the best we can to employ people and refine our processes and create a competitive product here for the market. But it's even with tariffs that exist right now, it's still hard to make money as a domestic module manufacturer. So the idea is you either size up, scale up, get your DOE grant or your LPO loan guarantee, and then make sure you execute extremely well on that front. But I guess the future will tell, whether we see new tariffs or an extension of the existing tariffs to protect manufacturers who've committed to the market, and I'm hoping we do.
Great. Well, Ben, I understand that you and the team at Solar Reviews have just completed a survey where you've got some insights to share with us about some of the companies and some of the brands that are going to be manufacturing and what sort of some of the market share looks like now. Where would you like to start? You want to talk about batteries, solar modules, inverters?
Yeah, let's talk about modules a little bit. That's where I'm most comfortable.
Okay. Okay, so I'm looking at the notes here from your all's report. It looks like Q Cells has still got a solid #1 position in terms of module market share, followed by REC and Canadian Solar. Kind of walk us through it if you can.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is our annual survey where we get responses from hundreds of real solar installers around the country. We ask them to tell us, what modules they used in their installations in the last year, and obviously most of these installers are carrying multiple brands of modules. In the past, we've seen a lot that Q-Cells is obviously the dominant player in the residential space. I think they have something like 25 or 30% market share in the residential space. But often an installer will offer both Q-Cells and REC as like a better, best, kind of option to a homeowner, whether you want that extra, little 1% of efficiency in the module or whatever. But yeah, I think another thing we look at is a company's financial performance. So we want to make sure that manufacturers are open about their financials. If you're a publicly traded company, you have to make financial reports. And so we want to see that you're growing revenue, that you are continuously, executing, that you're bringing that to the bottom line, and that kind of stuff. So our top 10 list, I think, for 2024, we saw Q-Cells at the top, and then Silfab #2, because we feel like Silfab does the best job of serving the residential market and also being a domestic manufacturer. They've got some of the most history manufacturing domestically. #3, I can't recall off the top of my head. I think it's either JA Solar or Canadian Solar. These are big, huge companies who have growing revenues. They're so large that I don't want to say too big to fail, but they're big enough that they're diversified enough that they've for sure going to be able to serve the market for a long time to come. And so we think that's important to know that manufacturer is going to be there, standing by their products for the next 2-3 decades or more.
Absolutely. Yeah, one of the things I appreciate what Solar Reviews does is, and a lot of what we do at Solar Surge too, is we try to help the consumer cut through a lot of the noise that's in the marketplace and focus on what we feel are the top choices that they ought to be considering if they're looking to go solar on their home. I've noticed a lot of noise, particularly on the battery side of things and also on the inverter side of things. What are some of your top picks in terms of home batteries and inverters that are available?
Yeah,
right
absolutely. So for 2024, we named the Enphase 5P the top battery. Again, that has a lot to do with Enphase just being such a successful company. They've proven that they can execute long-term strategy. The product is excellent. It stacks in series, so you're increasing your power output and your energy storage capacity as you add modules, and that's really cool. I know that I've seen your video about the Enphase 5P and how you're running conduit between each battery, and sometimes can look a little bit messy. And so there's other manufacturers that have a much more clean appearance with a stackable modular battery and something. I think the Tesla Powerwall 3 is really the one to beat, and that's what I'm hearing from battery manufacturers on the floor, is that that's the one that they're trying to compete with. They're saying, we can fit more capacity in the same area as a Tesla Powerwall, or we can have more power output as a Tesla Powerwall, because they know that that's the brand to shoot for. I think that's largely because, you mentioned earlier how the things seem to be getting more complicated, that where the ecosystems are growing in complexity, but there's also this trend toward, I think, making things simple for installers. I think Powerwall 3 does that the absolute best, and Tesla's new railless mounting system is also really cool, where it just makes things such a simple process for an installer to go in there, put your lag bolts in the rafters, get the modules on the roof, and then run everything right into the MPPTs in the Powerwall 3. And they're also executing really well on price. I think that's the one that everyone wants to beat. Is like, it's $9,000 for a Powerwall, and that's a pretty excellent price.
It is. It is a very competitive price. And again, with the Powerwall 3, it's not just the battery. It's the battery and it's the solar inverter as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm glad you touched on that ease of installation, because I think something that was left out of the conversation with the first and second generation batteries, a lot of these batteries looked great on paper in terms of their capabilities. Yeah. But when you talk to the installers in the field, fumbling through their first handful of installations, you realize that these batteries were very unprofitable for the installer to handle.
Yeah,
and I
exactly.
think Powerwall did a great job in kind of simplifying that and eliminating a lot of the noise there.
Yeah, for sure. I was at Intersolar this year in January, and well, I shouldn't name names, but we saw batteries that take 2 or 3 hours to wire up when you're setting modules inside of a cabinet. But if you have an installer or an electrician in this case, a really expensive electrician, spending 3 hours wiring up a single battery, you're really wasting a lot of time and money on that installation that the homeowner then has to bear.
Right.
But if you've got installers that can sell a system that's so simple to install, it's either stacks up from the floor and it's a very simple conduit run to connect your solar into it, or it stacks together and there's no wiring whatsoever, no dip switches to set, none of that complexity.
Yep. Final thing here, Ben, before we're out of time, what are some of the policy and political considerations that folks need to be aware of now as we're going into 2025?
Yeah, absolutely. I think obviously we've seen net metering taken away in California. Other states have been working on that too. But I think predominantly now, residential solar has really taken a hit, taken a black eye from the public perception standpoint. So you see stories on NPR and stories from CBS and ABC affiliates from across the country about somebody who got solar installed in their house that they paid $70,000 for it and it doesn't work and the company's out of business. So I think consumer protection is going to be one of the biggest trends going forward. We've already seen laws passed in Washington and Utah in the past year. I think I just heard from the Colorado Solar and Storage Association that they're going to be working on a consumer protection law in Colorado, and I'm hopeful that I can be a part of helping to advise how that works, because we need solar industry voices there that also can demand that some of the worst practices in our industry get curbed before it just becomes a rotten apple that spoils the whole barrel.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I guess one little bit of silver lining is that some of these companies that were engaged in doing these deceptive practices at a large scale, a lot of these companies have gone out of business now. So
yeah, absolutely.
I do think we are going to be a more resilient, stronger industry that emerges from this little bit of a slowdown that we're in.
Yeah.
But the loss of net metering is a real trend, right?
Yeah.
And for many years, it has sort of been as goes policy here in California, the rest of the nation follows. Now, where I live on the East Coast, we're still somewhat spoiled. We still have one-for-one net metering in a lot of the markets there.
Yeah.
But I think for many of us to kind of read the writing on the wall that it looks like one-for-one net metering will be going away at some point, and that's why battery storage is such a big part of the conversation now, truly being energy self-sufficient and using the utility as a last resort only.
Yeah, absolutely. And I live in Portland, Oregon, where electricity rates have gone up, I think, 40% in the past few years, and they're going to go up again quite soon. And then I've heard that PGE, Portland General Electric, is pushing to take away net metering too. So it's definitely a trend around the country, and it's something that, that's why we're seeing, I think, this push toward streamlined battery installations, where if you can do it in a profitable way, but also in a way where customers can afford it from the get-go, that you can immediately replace most of the grid power that you're getting in your house just with that simple installation.
Yep, I think you're absolutely right. And again, with the Powerwall 3 and other products that are competing in that category, now home solar with storage is affordable, feasible for the contractor, and financially within reach for the homeowner.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great. Well, Ben, anything else you'd like to share with the audience here before we close out today's podcast?
No, I think that's everything. I think we covered everything really well.
Great. Well, folks, this has been a special edition of the Solar Surge podcast, broadcasting here live from RE Plus on the PowerUp Live stage in partnership with Suncast Media. Ben, thanks for spending some time with us.
Absolutely, Joe. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
You got it. Enjoy the rest of the show.
All right, you too. Take care.
All right, we are live once again at the PowerUp Live stage presented by Wärtsilä Energy Storage and Optimization. My name is Nico Johnson. I am your host here today, and this is one of my last interviews over 3 long days. It's been a lot of fun. If you can hear my voice and you'd like to hear from one of my favorite folks in the industry, certainly somebody that everybody seems to know, Mr. Ben Macias, please make your way down to the PowerUp Live stage. You've got these lovely headphones that'll help you tune in and tune out the din of the rest of the environment here. Really focus on what Ben's got to say because he has a new job. We're going to talk about that and more as in just a moment. First, I want to take a moment and thank the rest of our sponsors, ABC Supply Company, Evlo, MGM Transformers, TrueGrid, and Fluence. We're so grateful for all the companies that help support making this stage a reality so that we can bring thought leaders like Ben Macias right here to you live on the show floor. It's the last day, and this is one of the best conversations I have been looking forward to all week. I have, Ben.
It's good to be here, man. Thanks for having me.
It's, you know, what's funny is the very first podcast stage that we put on at RE Plus, 2019, was when you had just rejoined Shoals.
Yeah, I think I had to rejoin Shoals at the end of 2017.
Yeah.
And
I guess so, yeah.
Dean and I had the opportunity to come up there with you in 2019, so that was
already
seems like yesterday, but
yeah, it does.
5 years ago.
So I feel like you almost need no introduction, but you've been in the industry since what year? 2009? 2010. I was close.
Yeah.
I was close. An intern for Dean Solon in your sophomore year of college, if I'm not mistaken.
After junior year.
After junior year,
Yeah.
got it. And went on to be the top sales guy, ended up being head of sales for Shoals, taking the company public. What a tremendous career. So the first question that I think probably everybody that you've seen at this show asks you is, why MGM? You could literally go anywhere.
Yeah. You know, I think for me, there's a lot of parallels to what I saw in MGM at Shoals. So a very high quality product is being made in the U.S. A company that's been around for a long time, 27 years at Shoals, 28 years now. MGM's been around for 50 years.
Yeah, wow.
So, you know, you couple that with just a phenomenal team. You know, I went to go see them at their factory in Commerce, and really meeting the people is what really made that decision easy for me.
Yeah.
You know, Doug Banty's our CEO, very charismatic guy, extremely intelligent, and a good people person.
Yeah. I wonder, you get a chance, and have for the last decade plus, to see exactly how projects come together, the good and the bad. Because on the downside, there are a lot of things that prevent good projects from coming to conclusion on time and on budget.
Yep.
Not the least of which is getting the thing interconnected. What problem is MGM Transformer really in the business of solving?
Well, I think the magic question that I've gotten over the last couple of days is, what's your lead time?
Oh, yeah.
So second one would be, you know, what compliance do you have for IRA? Those are the 2 hot questions of the show. But you know, MGM is investing heavily into expansion of capacity. Again, right here in the United States in Waco, Texas. So we have a factory in Commerce that does dry type transformers. We have 2 factories in Waco that does liquid filled transformers.
Yeah, it's one of those hidden bottlenecks in the industry, isn't it?
It is.
You mentioned timelines. You know, one of the things that we focused on in a recent visit that we did to a major solar module factory was featuring or pointing out how critical the transformer is to even bringing online things like factories. I feel like, did it surprise you at all as you kind of got into MGM just how prevalent this equipment is everywhere?
Yeah, I mean, you don't realize it until you see it and you're in it and you're immersed into, you know, the product that you're selling. But you know, transformers needed just about every application. You go to Chipotle and there's a transformer box outside, and you go to, you know, bowling, you need a transformer outside. So new factories coming online for U.S. made modules, they need transformers to turn them on.
Yeah. What was something that early on stood out to you as a, like, aha, I had no idea, despite all my years in the industry, that this is how this thing works?
I think
Or did you already understand transformers
Yeah,
pretty well?
no,
What do you think
it-
your customers really realize when they visit the factory, perhaps?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is, a lot of as I was doing my due diligence on deciding where I wanted to go and who I wanted to work for, a lot of owners and developers, I had the opportunity to ask them, hey, what's your biggest pain point on projects? And
yeah.
almost instantaneously, all of them were the same answer of, hey, transformers are my biggest problem. Connections into transformers are my biggest problem.
Okay.
So
And so it's not just the lead time; it's the actual technical.
quality.
It's a technical solution.
Yeah, and then you've got folks just not picking up the phone from a warranty customer care standpoint.
Okay,
So,
after the fact.
yeah. So I had the opportunity to work with a lot of incredible people at Shoals, highly capable team. We stood up a customer care team there. We're going to do the same thing here at MGM and really take care of our customers.
Fantastic. Well, speaking of team, the thing that I think everyone noticed instantly was this sort of, I've been using this term a lot, right? In marketing, we have this, what we call a thunderclap, when you get everybody to say it at the same time. And it felt like a thunderclap of talent acquisition for MGM. So, I knew that you had joined MGM. Some of your other, I'll say, the inner circle of friends that you, wanted to make sure knew that you were moving over to a new role. And then almost like that second wave in the set that happens when you're a surfer, it was like, person after person that are true subject matter experts, stars in the industry, who are coming on board MGM to join you to build sort of this dream team. Can you talk about the importance of surrounding yourself with the right people?
Well, people are the core of any company, right? And so I truly and firmly believe that. You have to have highly capable leaders to build great teams, because ultimately those people take care of your customers.
Right.
So you take care of your people, they take care of your customers. And just having the opportunity to work alongside some of these industry veterans that I've long admired and, either worked with them or saw them from afar, Dana Kennard, Jeff Krantz, John Magna. I mean, these are just incredible people that I'm fortunate enough to work with. So it's really, really fun.
Yeah. A thing that stands out to me for a company that has 5 decades of experience in building transformers is actually the tenure and loyalty of the existing team at MGM. What can you tell me about that?
That was one of the things that I saw when I toured the facility. Is we've got winders in the factory that have been there for over 40 years.
No way.
So you walk down the hallway, you meet these people. There's folks with 9 years, 10 years, 19 years, 20-something years, 40-something. It's just incredible.
What do you get for working 40 years at MGM?
A great place to work.
A great place to work. A good culture.
Yeah, I mean.
So you mentioned winder. What is that? What kind of job is that?
So these transformers are very, very specialized, and it requires a lot of highly skilled labor to assemble these. So, one of the bigger bottlenecks, and again, the challenge that the industry has seen is that transformer availability, hasn't caught up with the demand. And that's because, folks that are winding these cores are, it takes them a long time.
They're doing it by hand.
Yeah. So it takes them a long time to be trained and do it right. One pinhole in a transformer could blow the whole thing up if it's not done right.
Where would a pinhole be? I don't understand.
And the Nomex and the wire.
Yeah. I have no idea how transformers work. Does it surprise you how many of your friends in the industry just are clueless about how transformers work?
No, I think everybody is. It's a component that has no mechanical parts. It doesn't move.
It's kind of a ghost component.
Yeah, there's no real failure modes of transformers other than what I just mentioned. But it doesn't move. It's static. It's a pretty elegant design that we've been using for 100 years. So,
can I ask you for some, just help me with some technical jargon? Wet versus dry?
Okay. Yeah, so, dry transformer, we make those in Commerce. Low voltage or medium voltage transformers. And then liquid filled is, you have a core that's submersed into a tank.
Yeah.
With either mineral oil or FR3.
Yeah, and I know that you're not an electrical engineer, but what is the differentiation in terms of the application of one versus the other?
It's just a different type of insulating material that's used for the cores.
Yeah, and is one preferable for a specific size project?
I would say liquid fields are used predominantly in renewables,
Yeah.
in the solar and energy storage space, more so than dry. But it really just depends upon the enclosure that's used, the NEMA rating of the enclosure. So
Yeah.
we want to make sure we keep things like dust out, so it
course.
doesn't affect the windings.
Of course. So it's fascinating to me that transformers, as you said, they're ubiquitous and they support the entire electrification space. It's not just individual projects. Are we seeing more capacity come online to support the growth of electrification? Notably, as you pointed out, the transformer is not something that's isolated as a bottleneck to just the solar industry. How do we remove that bottleneck?
I mean, it's really reinvesting into the business, and that's something that MGM's been committed to doing over the last year, is reinvesting into the business, growing capacity, and removing the bottleneck of just that supply constraint that is affecting projects.
Yeah. Help me understand why the technology still exists today as it did, almost the same as it did 50 years ago.
It goes back to what I said earlier, is that the design is already elegant. It hasn't really changed because it doesn't need to. There's no moving parts, no failure modes, as I mentioned earlier, and so, if it's not broke, don't fix it.
Right.
There's a lot of things that are going on behind the scenes that maybe folks don't see. Efficiencies have gotten better over time. We have a highly skilled and quite large engineering team, a team of 20 led by our very own Dr. David Walker. He's the man, but he's been making transformers for over 40 years.
Wow.
And so we're very fortunate to have Dr. David on our team, and he's a tremendous resource for us.
How long does a transformer last?
I would say at least 30 years, but
30,
empirically it's a little bit longer than that.
Got it. So at least match the asset life of what we are currently warranting solar farms are, for sure. What's next for MGM then?
We've been very fortunate to be accepted almost instantly. We've been kind of the Wizard of Oz behind the curtain for a long time, supporting many companies. But I think just reinvesting into the manufacturing, bringing Waco online next year is going to be fantastic for us, and we're just going to continue to grow our capacity and support customers and really take care of them. That's, at the end of the day, that's what we need to do.
Well, it's one of those conversations that has become, I feel like over the last year, been a lot more prevalent. I had Dan Gerard on the podcast recently, and he talked about the real need for working with better transformer companies. I know that you guys have a long history with Dan and his team and the EPC and all the way back to his S&C days. So it's good to see good teams coalescing around the hard problems, the ones that we really need to accelerate. Ben Macias is the Chief Revenue Officer now at MGM Transformer, building a dream team to help resolve the problems at the real bottleneck of our utility scale transformation of this grid. Thank you, Ben, for everything you're doing.
Thanks for having me. You're the man.
Good afternoon, RE Plus. I'm Nico Johnson, and I'm here with my illustrious co-host, Josh Beck from RSM.
Hello, Solar World.
This is the third and final daily roundup at RE Plus Anaheim 2024. Rumor has it that, like me, your illustrious SIA president just rode the bull.
Man.
I wish we could put that video up on the screen. I know, Mike Healy was showing it to me. It's fun. So we're going to talk a little bit about some of the things that we saw that were extraordinary on the show floor, some things that got your heart pumping, some things that excite us about what's going on in technology. And first, I want to just say, from the bottom of my heart, first and foremost, thank you to Josh for being my co-host.
Honored.
To RSM for sponsoring our segment, the Daily Roundup. To Wärtsilä Energy Storage and Optimization for being our presenting sponsor and helping make this whole stage possible. We have some amazing additional sponsors in ABC Supply, Evlo, Fluence, MGM Transformers, and TrueGrid, who also brought us some amazing content right here on the show floor. The last 3 days have been tremendous. I couldn't have possibly done it without our team. Our team from Suncast Media has been amazing.
Amazing.
The team from Real Life for video has been amazing. Thank you, Andres and team. Thank you, Herman. Thank you, Graham. Thank you, Jeremy and Alex. We've had such wonderful support here. And we also want to say thank you to everybody who stopped to watch us. If you're watching us live on the big Jumbotron right across from the SIA booth, we are so grateful that people tune in, and we're super grateful that SIA and SIPA bring us back each and every year to bring a professional podcast stage to this experience. You gave us a wonderful location this year, Abby.
Yes.
Super grateful for that. We're going to have Abby Hopper on the show today, everybody. We're going to have Abby on the show.
Yes.
But before we do that, let's talk about what's hot on the floor, things that stood out to you. Best of the best, coolest of the cool.
Best of the best, man. There was a lot of extraordinary booths this year, right? And extraordinary people, I would say, that were in the market today. But I would say, first and foremost, you already covered it on the earlier, but the SCG Solar, the mechanical bull.
They won best, coolest, what was it? Coolest booth is what they won, some award. They have a trophy there.
Yes,
yeah.
Well, and rightfully so. That
rightfully
thing was amazing. I was just amazed at the amount of sophistication on the marketing side that a lot of these organizations put into the show.
Really stepped it up this year.
Yeah, that's right.
Really
I think another one, obviously, like we talked about swag, best of the best swag. You did that one earlier, but I'll give a shout out though to Trina Solar.
Oh yes.
Right? Because
Back in black.
I think that socks are an underappreciated part of swag.
I'm
right?
literally wearing Active Prospect socks from last year. I'm a swag. I want to keep it G-rated. I'm a swag hoarder.
Hoarder, got it. I like it.
Yes.
I like it. I thought another one that was really cool, Nico. I don't know if you ran by the Valmont Solar booth.
Oh, you mean the Ferrari booth?
Yeah, they got these little Ferrari keychains that were really neat. But I was really impressed with just talking with their team. The way that they approached the show, the way that they brought their product to market, the way that they talked about the way that they were leveraging the Inflation Reduction Act with their componentry, their domestic supply chain. You can tell that a company like Valmont has really, really thought this through.
Well, not only that, not lost on anybody that's known them, is that they're a legacy company, like decades old, right? They bring 80 years of experience.
Right.
And to bring a fresh approach to that brand that has traditionally just worked with utilities and farmers, right? To try and have a presence on the show floor that feels, I told them it felt elegant.
Yeah, it felt really elegant. And I think it's really interesting. We're also seeing this as part of this market consolidation, right? Valmont's a great, the majority of the revenue is made on their agriculture division. Right. But then recently they've brought in new leadership and they've consolidated all the industrials. So all their steel services, all their galvanization stuff. So man, now they've wrapped all of that under one profit and loss sheet. And it seems that those business units are really high functioning together. So well done, Valmont.
Well done, Valmont, indeed. And another that stood out, they're somewhat close on the show floor, and they're very close in category, but Nevados. Nevados really came out in full force this year.
Yes.
Their trace product is an evolution in the way that they're offering the product. But what stands out to me about Nevados is that they're taking a lot of the things that we know to be true about terrain following in the sense of harvesting energy, and they're including it. They're bundling the software service.
Yes.
So whereas in the past, you may have had the option to upgrade to different software for backtracking or maybe diffuse light harvest, Nevados has said, you know what, we're all in. we recognize that if we're going to do terrain following, we need to have
right.
these services as a core piece of the product.
Yeah, that's right. And I think a lot of people, because we're not all connected to the construction side of the industry, people really underestimate the earth-moving cost associated with these projects, right?
Yeah.
So a product like Novatos, man, it is scratching an itch in the market that was desperately needed to eliminate all this pre-site prep in order to make any project viable.
Yep. Something that stood out to me, I had a conversation with, and again, it's an unsexy topic, but transformers are one of the key limiters to whether or not we can get these things turned on, from factories to the field work. And, Ben Macias left Shoals and went to MGM Transformer. I learned a lot about the timeline that it takes to actually put these hand-wound transformers together.
Oh, man.
But companies like MGM that have been around for 50 years right here in U.S. soil, people that have been working there for 40 years. Talk about heritage and a legacy job force. And companies like MGM are trying to dramatically reduce the lead time so that we can accelerate this transition to get more plants online, more literal power plants, but also more like SEG Solars and Q-Cells of the world that are bringing this domestic supply back to U.S. soil.
Yeah, and it's fascinating to see that intersection of family-owned businesses, multi-generational manufacturing operations. Think Midwestern, family-owned, 100-year-old roll-formed steel.
Yep.
Pretty boring product line if you think about it. Man, they are fundamentally critical to the future of our U.S. supply chain around that stuff, right? And so we're seeing this resurgence of investment and all this interest amongst privately held family-owned businesses. It's fascinating.
Speaking of investment, today's startup winner is one startup to watch, Pearl Street Technologies, and they're focused on an area that's, again, not super sexy, but they're trying to accelerate interconnection timelines. We had a great interview with them this morning. They won the startup pitch competition yesterday.
Very cool.
I want to say another startup to watch. I just saw Alex Nussey, one of our American-made challenge prize winners.
Yes.
And their technology, Watch, is literally, WAATCH, is literally kind of the industry monitoring platform 2.0, right? When you think about the way monitoring has evolved from companies like Draker Labs in the past to Also Energy, like this evolution of being able to have real insight into data, Watch is taking it again to another level and really thinking about how does the monitoring interface on every level with asset performance.
Yes.
And, in the category of startups to watch, I think they're one to watch.
Yes, absolutely. And we talked about Alex Nussey of this next generation of entrepreneurs and really business leaders coming up in our space. He's a great example of that. Isn't it so interesting and just refreshing, Nico, that like for so many, 2 decades now, a lot of these very successful entrepreneurs in the space, we've been making it up as we go, right?
Yes, like this show.
Yeah. And so it's really great to see this next generation who's been taken under the wing around that first generation of solar pioneers like Dan Sugar and Jigger Shah, right?
Yeah.
Man, they're coming up behind them. We've got a deep, deep bench of next generation professionals building this next generation grid. And man, that gets me just jazzed up to work in this industry.
Do you know what gets me jazzed up?
What's that?
How you have this actual solar power shirt on. It says
Served up daily.
Abby, what do you think of this? Solar power is served fresh daily. Isn't that amazing? We need better swag. We've talked about this.
Yeah,
I love the pen that you are wearing. I love the sun. We gave a shout out to SMA. I wanted to, I forgot to mention Franklin, and they actually, their booth stands out to me as one of the booths that's just the most like radical, visually appealing.
Yeah.
The spacecraft above it and everything.
That's right.
But do you know that they had 5,000 bags, and I am holding up the last bag. How many booths get to brag about all of their bags getting taken away? Most people are like, yeah, thanks, right? I don't want your bag. I'm taking this one home because it's actually super cool. Yeah. And the other thing, we gave all the superlatives out, but we gave one this morning, which is deserved for CPS, for most expensive swag that's actually useful. And I'm going to give a co-winner because I just got this from Fluence. This is a spider vest. Spider, like this is not cheap swag. So I think one of the sort of insider secrets on swag is that they do hold back the good swag for customers, go figure. Thank you, Fluence, for this. This is what it looks like to really craft your message into something that people are going to want to wear and rep your brand. So Fluence, great job.
That's right. Should we add that to like a Q&A? Like if I'm your vendor, do you have cool swag for me?
I often ask, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I do ask.
All right, good. That's fantastic. Nico, I want to learn more. Like, I got to give you guys props. Your team has done an amazing job with this entire broadcast.
Thanks, my friend.
Certainly RSM and what you and I are doing is just the daily show at the end of the day, wrapping it all up. But, man, watching it throughout, I've seen you on the Jumbotron all week, man. Your daily show, your morning show just was amazing, and your guest lineup. How are you leveraging that? Like, I'm interested to know, like, what else are you doing across the industry, other than, obviously, everyone sees you at RE+. What are you doing on your day-to-day throughout the year?
Yeah, so Abby and I talk about this a lot. We need a better platform for the industry. We need better messaging. It's why Good Energy was launched. I mean, there really is value to taking this, what we're able to accomplish as a podcast is long-form content that now we've gone video first for a year and a half, and people are really resonating with the fact that we take this long-form content, we break it into micro-content. I think the thing that I want to impress upon everyone and that our customers readily accept and dive into is that everyone can do content. Everyone thinks, oh, that's easy for you to say, Nico, you've done 750 interviews. I promise you, Peter Kelly has started doing interviews, and he doesn't have 750 under his belt. Everyone can do content. Like ABC Supply has that little ring light, and I think it's a genius move because it is the kind of thing that it takes one more excuse away. There's really no reason why you should have an excuse. The most appealing and compelling content, like what, is it Josh, the young guy on your team that's running around? Seth. What Seth is doing? Yeah. Like what these guys are doing, the most appealing content right now on the internet is what Seth is doing. Literally taking the microphone in your hand. Yeah, give that guy a hand.
Yeah.
Taking the microphone in your hand, turning the literally portrait camera on yourself and asking people questions. Those questions turn into answers, and those answers help move our industry forward. I think far too long we've expected only the leadership in our companies to be the oracles with all the answers. It's not just Abby who has the answers. It's not just Nico. It's not Dan Sugar. Or it's not incumbent on Jigger. We have to get everybody involved. Speaking of which, I'd like to get Abby involved before she has to be pulled away to something else. Abby Hopper, would you please join us on the stage? Abby Hopper, everybody. It is so lovely to see you, my friend. Look at this marvelous necklace you've got. Wow. I will.
Close.
I'm gonna help you with this. I have to. So I want to start first and foremost with. I mentioned earlier that I'm a huge fan of pins. I think we need to bring more enamel pins back.
Yes.
The bling is key. You can see Josh and I repping.
Yeah.
What is Solar Sister?
I have a Solar Sisters pin on. I even have a few more here in my pocket. If any unrealized Solar Sisters so far.
If you'd like, who would like to be pinned as a Solar Sister? Has anybody not been pinned yet? Well, all right, we got one.
All right.
After you go down,
yes,
you can pin one
we will
more.
have a pinning ceremony. No, the Solar Sisters is a, I was struck by what you were saying. Seth and Todd had a good idea to just start asking questions on the show floor, right? I had an idea to start getting women together. That's not a particularly original idea, but I started writing, just like writing to my Solar Sisters. And then I started convening them. And then we created a pin. And it's so funny. I don't know if you've noticed, there's been a lot of them around the show floor.
Oh, man.
It's a movement.
Show floor, yeah, a lot of them. It is a movement.
Yeah.
You know why? Because people want to connect.
Do you know what I noticed is that after every show, regional or otherwise, there's a post, or there's usually a dozen or so posts, like this Thunderclap marketing moment, where the women that are Solar Sisters brag about the dinner, they brag about meeting new friends, and they show off their pin. And I think it's wonderful grassroots marketing.
Awesome. Thank you. Well, you know what I did yesterday? I organized a show floor tour. Of my Solar Sisters. Yes. So about 30 of us went around. Yeah, well, we only hit 5 because we're talkers.
Oh, right.
Well, I only had an hour. But I went to all board member companies, of course. But we talked, we talked to the CEO of Shoals, and we talked to the SVP at Mortensen, and we talked to the SVP at Solar Edge, and we talked to the CEO at Kinematics, and just there was this really magic between demystify. I don't know about you, maybe not you guys, but I get intimidated walking around the show.
Yeah?
There's a lot to see. I'm not a buyer. I'm not a technology expert, right? I don't always know all the lingo, so I feel silly about asking, what does that thing do that you're trying to sell?
Yeah.
So it's really fun, but it is that grassroots marketing, because I can tell you those 30 highly brilliant, successful women that spent time with all of those executives. You want to talk about tight labor markets? Right? That's some good talent right there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that's one thing that really stood out at the show is just the incorporation of so many talented women and the incorporation of the Rise events.
Yeah.
And it is just, it's breathing additional energy into an already kind of amazingly energized field. So
Yeah.
well done, and
Yeah.
thank you for everything you're doing there, Abby.
Thank you. And I rode the bull.
You did ride
Yeah,
the
we,
just
we
rode
got
the
a
bull.
video. We saw a video, actually. Yeah.
So, Carolyn, if you can get us that video, we're gonna do a roundup, like a roundup video.
Yes.
Are you
Oh,
comfortable
yeah.
with us using it? on the B-roll?
100%. Absolutely.
That's
We'll
great.
we'll have like my B-roll and your B-roll of riding the bull.
I
as
love
the
it.
intro reel for our roundup video.
That sounds
Yeah.
amazing. Yeah, it was fun.
Probably Abby spinning around as we say roundup. That would be like just.
Yeah, I have to say I felt like I was spinning around on
Yeah.
the
got
when
dizzy.
you play. It's like
Yeah. I know. I
You're
got
going
so
really
dizzy.
slow. It was
so,
fun.
before I let you run,
Yes.
what stands out to you this year, and in particular around the stories we tell as an industry, and how next year when we get to Vegas, we will have evolved? What's your hope?
Yeah. So I had a couple of really fascinating conversations with people this week. I just had a conversation with someone upstairs about this idea he had that he, like, it sounds like it sounds unreal, but it's true. He imagined it on a cocktail napkin at a hotel lobby bar.
Yeah.
And if you go upstairs now, you can see the video of this piece of machinery that they've just released. It's brand new this morning,
Wow.
actually. They just got through everything.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's at Rosenden's.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Rosenden.
at Rosenden. It's a robot to automatize the installation of panels. It's really cool. It's really cool. But David did it on the back of an envelope, right? And those are the kind of real life stories I love to hear. And that's the kind of story I can see sitting in a member of Congress's office.
Right.
Like, you want to talk about innovation, right? This is an innovative idea born of someone who saw a business need and making it happen. So what do I think is likely to happen between now and then? You can imagine I've talked about the election a lot over the last week. But I think that this power of our stories and the storytelling, that's not a partisan issue.
That's right.
People want to hear.
And a question for you, like, how can we as business leaders, obviously RSM is in the energy space for many, many years, 67,000 people accounting firm, but really new to solar, right? Like we're helping in credits and subs in all these ways, but how can we as a business community really rally behind SIA and all of the work that you're doing out of Washington?
Yeah, well, thank you for that question. I appreciate it. I would say the storytelling, right? I mean, $70,000 people is great, and that's like a one-time hit. And then the next company, the next organization or industry that comes in is going to have a different number. And then by the end of the day, that elected official isn't going to remember, was it 70,000 or 20,000? I don't know, whatever. Yeah. But if one of those 70,000 has a compelling story about how working at RSM changed that person's trajectory or their family's trajectory, or they realized a goal they'd never been able to realize, that story will stay with that elected official or that member of the public, whomever, right? Whoever your audience is. So I would say we can do a lot of storytelling, so engaging us with us in the storytelling would be the most impactful way.
Absolutely. Looking forward to doing that.
Good, thank you.
And I would say that if anyone is not currently following you, they are missing some of the best storytelling on LinkedIn.
Absolutely.
You are truly slaying it.
Thank you. I want to tell you one story, which is, I really appreciate you saying that, because sometimes I get feedback like, oh, I really, your LinkedIns are so cute. Like, I hope that all the 22-year-old women that follow you are really enjoying it. Some version of that.
Wow.
And first of all, the data doesn't support that, but I have been on this show floor in this room for the last 4 days, and the number of senior women, men, all different ages, varieties, who pull me aside and say, oh my gosh, I read that. I feel that way too. Right? I get the Sunday scaries, or I didn't know what to pack, or one of my board members told me my wife I send your post to my wife every day, and we talk about it. Right? So stories, you can't pigeonhole people.
I think that, honestly, and I've said this privately, I think you're a marketing genius. I think that you're really humble about it. Yeah, give her a round of applause.
Absolutely.
You really are.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's not often that you see, like, I felt proud, and like, it was like, for me, it was like a little flower on my lapel, that you started a post with, Nico Johnson broke my flower pot. Seriously. I was like, this is genius marketing, right? Like, Abby is not going to say, like, hey, I had this wonderful time with Nico. You start with something that's real and that's approachable, and everybody, this is the thing, like, it has to feel approachable. And also, you, like, immediately went to, a different story. It wasn't about Nico. It wasn't about the flower pot. It was just like a quick grab of attention.
Yeah.
So I just want to say, like, if people are really looking for what does it look like in written media to actually be a thought leader on LinkedIn, you guys are really stepping it up. And I know that you are supported by a phenomenal team. I had time to sit with you and Jim Bristol and like hear the way that you mold the stories.
Yeah.
And I just hope that more members take advantage of the opportunity to be in that circle with you. So
that's right.
Our hats off to you and the SIA team. You guys are doing phenomenal work.
Yes.
Thank you.
And keep the data coming.
Yeah.
I mean, we all rely on it. It's how we get approvals to kind of move forward with different initiatives to see, like, look at all this data validated by SIA.
Absolutely. Well, from such an accomplished storyteller as yourself, Nico, that your endorsement means the world to me.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. It is such a privilege to share the stage with both of you, but
Thank you, Abby.
tell stories together.
Absolutely.
I love it.
And your allyship means the world to us.
Awesome. Good. All right, bring it in.
Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you, Abby.
Thank you, Josh.
All right.
All right. As we round it out, thank you, Abby. As we round out the day here, we really just want to say once again, thank you to everybody who came to listen, all the support that we received from the many different contributors. Derek Solar Boy Mast, if you saw Derek's Man on the Street segment. Thank you to all the guests who joined us in our daily morning show. Thanks to Prevalon Energy for sponsoring that. Thanks to all of our daily roundup guests. Yesterday was amazing. I was walking around yesterday, and I had a lot of people comment on just how insightful that panel session was with Roan and Joe Ordia and JL Holzman from Heat Map News.
Right.
And this is the kind of thing we really do. We literally spend 6 months out of the year just planning for this 3-day sprint. It means a lot to us that you guys would pay attention, that you would join us here. And Josh, any parting words?
Man, I guess my only parting words is we've got obviously RSM is one of the PGA sponsors. Do we have any big golfers in the here? Any big golf lovers?
Golf lovers?
This guy here, yeah.
Got one, two.
What's your name, sir? Ryan. Come up here and get your hat, Ryan.
All right.
There you go. Thank you so much. Thank you. Other than that, Nico, man, just really impressed with everything at the show this year. Can't wait for 2025. We're back in Vegas, right?
Vegas, yeah. Back to the Venetian.
Yes. Can we make it bigger? How are we going to make this thing bigger? That's my closing question for you. How is this going to grow next year?
Well, I'll tell you how it's going to grow, because we are going to tell better stories.
Yes.
And my vision is that actually in Vegas, we're going to have to move out of the Venetian because we won't fit.
Right.
We'll have to go to the convention center, which is a really suitable location,
yeah.
Right, Abby? Let's grow out of the Venetian. We'll be in the convention center next year. But it really comes down to everybody not looking at the screen and watching, myself and Joe and Derek produce content, but recognizing that content is a ground game, and it is something that everybody can do.
That's right.
And that there are teams like Suncast and teams like Solar Surge that can help.
Yes.
But you got to take that first step. You got to actually get your story out in the world. And it happens in the margins, but you got to be intentional about it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. This is the Daily Roundup, folks. It's presented by RSM. Joshua Beck, I admire all the work that you've done, from investing in this industry to leading now this tax equity and structured finance and cybersecurity and IT optimization.
Yeah.
Thank you for all the work that RSM is doing to help lift the industry into a higher plateau.
Well, fantastic. And can we get one more round of applause for the one and only Nico Johnson? Come on. This guy's the best, right? So
signing off for the last time. I'm
Thank you
Nico
all.
Johnson. This has been the Daily Roundup. We'll see you all in Vegas.
Safe travels home, everyone.